Well, there we go, we're live. Hello everybody, happy Christmas. Welcome to my garage. Thank you for joining me on this little kind of informal, ad hoc, festive kind of stream. It's Christmas, if you're watching the replay. This was broadcast live on YouTube on the 28th of December 2023. That's why we've kind of gone a bit festive with the tinsel, with the Christmas hat. I don't know how long these are going to last, probably not very long. But welcome in everybody. If you're just watching me for the first time, my name is Mark. I do fireworks, I do pyrotechnics professionally and as a hobby as well. And you're in my garage right now. This is live from somewhere in Greater Manchester in the UK. And we're going to build a rocket rack in a little while for New Year's Eve. Because if you know my channel, then I like to live stream fireworks from my back garden and other places as well. And I'll be doing a little stream on New Year's Eve here in a few days' time. More about that in a minute. Let's say hello to a few people in the chat. Adam was first in the chat a little while ago. Adam says, I can't wait for another live stream. Absolutely love them around bonfire night. So helpful in my setup. Thank you, Adam. I'm glad you like my streams and you find them educational as well as fun. So thank you for that. Dre Houston is here. Dre Houston says, Merry Christmas to you and your family, Mark. Merry Christmas to you as well, Dre. Thank you for being here. Baby Peach fan 2004 says, hey, you look festive. Thank you. Well, I thought I'd make an effort. I said I don't know how long this is going to last. It's going to annoy me. It's going to come off very soon anyway, but I thought at least let's start the stream in a festive way. You'll also notice I've got a really wide camera angle this time. You'll find out why in a little while. Normally I go a little bit tighter. We're going to go a bit wider. So yeah, welcome in everybody who's here. We've got 6 people watching at the moment, and it's great to have you all here on this very special 28th of December. It's not very special, 28th of December, isn't it? But I do hope you guys have all had a good Christmas. My Christmas has been good. Quiet one with family, but good nonetheless. It was my daughter's second Christmas, so the first one where she's kind of able to be old enough to sort of understand what's happening and getting excited by it. So that's been fun, but most of my time has been taking up over the last couple of days with teaching her how to ride her new little tricycle that she got for Christmas, whilst at the same time potty training her as well. Well, not at the same time, but you know what I mean. So it's been a bit messy, it's been a bit stressful, so I thought I'd escape to my garage and do a little bit of a stream for you guys this evening. So welcome in. We'll leave it a few more minutes before we start properly, just so people can come in, and we'll say hello to them as well. Do post in the chat if you're new to my channel, or if you're a returning viewer. Post in the chat, say hi. I do read the chat throughout the stream, and I will respond to you guys as well. I don't know where this stream's going to go. I don't know how long it's going to go. If you've watched some of my other streams from my garage that I did just before bonfire night, I did over 24 hours worth of streaming over about a week and a half from my garage. So I don't know how long we're going to go tonight. We'll see. I don't know which direction we're going to go in. We'll see. Anything can happen on these streams, and anything does happen on these streams. So Surf Bomb is here. John says happy holidays. Happy holidays to you as well. John, thank you for being here. We got 10 people here right now, so thank you everybody. My name's Mark, if you're new. It's festive. If you watch this on the replay in the middle of, you know, the summer or whatever, why is he wearing tinsel and a Christmas hat? Because it's the 28th of December whilst I'm doing this. So Christmas has just happened. New Year is in a few days' time, and I'm going to be doing some fireworks from my back garden for New Year's Eve, weather permitting. What fireworks am I going to be doing? Well, what I normally do on New Year's Eve is I do some compound fireworks, a few big ones, let them all off, light one fuse, kind of, it gives you 2 minutes or so of display. This year I'm doing something different, and it's thanks to you guys that I'm doing something different, because something that came out of my previous streams from my garage just before bonfire night is the subject of rockets, and we talked about rockets, firework rockets, and I said that I don't use any in my displays because it's just not worth the risk. They're quite erratic, they're very difficult to predict where they're going to go. But it doesn't mean I never do rockets, I just don't do them in public displays. And most professionals won't use rockets in public displays. So I thought this New Year's Eve, because I'm doing something from my back garden, there's not really an audience other than you guys, I thought let's do some rockets. So we're going to do quite a few rockets on New Year's Eve. I hope that's okay with you guys. I hope you guys are going to tune in. So 31st of December from about 11:15, 11:30 p.m. UK time. So if you're on the East Coast of America, take 5 hours away from that. What's that? 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 6, half 6-ish kind of time. Over there, I'm going to let off some rockets. Not just 1 or 2 rockets. I think at the last count, I've got about 50 rockets that I'm going to send up at midnight, all like within a couple of minutes. It's going to be epic. I've never done that many rockets before in one go. And I keep adding more rockets to it all the time. So it's going to be really interesting to see how that works. But that's why I'm doing this stream tonight, because I need to build a rocket rack. What's a rocket rack? A rocket rack is something that will hold lots of rockets and fire them all together. Let's say hello to a few more people in the chat as well. Janie B is here. Hello, Janie. Merry Christmas to you. Thank you for being here. Veronica and Todd are here. Hi, Great Marko. Great to see you. How are you and your family? Yeah, we're good. Thank you. We're all good here. We had a great Christmas. And I hope you guys did too over there in the States. Samantha Lowe, Sam is here. Hi, Sam. Welcome in. Fantastic. Yes, so I'm going to build a rocket rack tonight on this stream. Well, with every intention of doing that. We'll see. If you watched some of my previous streams from my garage when I was preparing fireworks, it took me 3-4 times as long as it would normally take because I was streaming and chatting to you guys whilst I was doing it. So we may not get the rocket rack built in this stream fully, but we're certainly going to make a start on it and see how we go. So I have made a rocket rack previously, a few years ago, or several years ago, I did make one. And I'm going to show that to you first, but because I'm going to be doing 50 odd rockets on New Year's Eve, which is a lot of rockets, I'm going to need something a bit more substantial than this. But this is my current existing rocket rack. Let's see if that's in shot. Yes, it is. So I knocked this together, 5, 6, 7 or so years ago now. It's basically, these are plastic tubes that you can get from plumbing suppliers. Diameter of these, I'm not actually sure what the diameter of these is. Let's have a look. I think they're about 25 mil, I think. Yeah, 25 mil. No, 20 mil. Yeah, 20 mil. 20 mil tubes. You get them in lengths of about 3 meters. I chop them all down. I put some aluminium foil over the tape, over the top there. The reason for that will become apparent shortly. And then I have all these pipe clips kind of on here, and I can basically just clip these tubes in like that. And then I can put a rocket in there. This gets hammered into the ground. I can set up like 15 or so different rockets all going up here at once. You're probably thinking, well, there's not many tubes here. I've got loads of spare tubes. I do reconfigure this quite a lot. I can put additional tubes in. The good thing about this as well is I can do tubes at angles. Let's spin this round and show you. So as well as doing tubes straight up, I can do tubes in a nice little jaunty angles on here. So if I want to do sort of a fan of rockets, I can do them at angles and put rockets in there and fire them this way. So this is my existing rocket launcher. It does really well. It served me well. But really I can only get about 15 or so rockets in here at any one time. And for New Year's Eve, as I mentioned, I'm going to be doing 50 plus rockets, which is quite a lot. So I need something a bit more kind of bigger really than this. So that's what I'm going to be doing tonight. But this is my existing rocket launcher. I wanted to show it you because, you know, it's not the first time I built one. This does me really well. I like this one, but I need something a bit more. So and let's say hello to a few more people in the chat. Baby Peach says, what have been your favourite moments from 2023? Oh, we'll talk about that in a little while, yeah. No jacket potato with cheese this year. Well, not on this stream. There may be, tune in on New Year's Eve, there may be a jacket potato. For those of you who are joining me for the first time thinking, what's he talking about? So one of the traditions on my live streams when I do fireworks from my back garden is that after I do the fireworks, I eat a jacket potato. And I chat to you guys on the stream. And it's really funny because it takes me so long to eat a jacket potato because loads of people joining the stream late say, when are the fireworks? When are the fireworks? Oh, you missed them, rewind them. It's a lot of fun. We'll probably do the same again on New Year's Eve. So look out for that. Jimmy says, I love rockets. Awesome. Janie B says, oh my goodness, the Great Marko. Baby Peach says, I would like to know your location. I am in the UK. I am in Greater Manchester. That's all I'm going to tell you. For obvious reasons. Janie B says, I hope the weather behaves for you. Yes, so we had a bit of a storm here yesterday. In fact, there was a tornado not that far away from me that ripped roofs off houses and stuff. So it has been a bit squally is the word I will use. Yesterday when I looked at the forecast for New Year's Eve, it was going to be too windy to do fireworks. Today, it's looking a little bit better. We are still a few days away. It might be a bit hit and miss. We'll see. We'll probably do a live stream anyway. Whether we'll be able to do all the rockets, we will wait and see what the forecast is. Clive is here. Clive says, Merry Christmas, Marko. Merry Christmas to you, Clive. Thank you for being here. And I think we've caught up on chat there. Right, so I'm going to take this. This is kind of, probably you can pick this up on my microphone. So we're going to get rid of the tinsel, folks. Let's put it somewhere where it's kind of still in shot. Let's put it over the rockets. There we are. Because I promised you a festive stream, so let's try and keep it a bit more festive. I'll keep this on a little bit longer. It's keeping my head warm, but it may come off later. A tornado, is that unusual in the UK, says Janie B. Yes, it is. When we do have tornadoes in the UK, it is rare. They do happen. When we have them, they literally are very, very localised. They only last 30 seconds, a minute, a couple of minutes. You don't get the same amount of damage as you get in tornadoes, you guys are in the States. They are very localised. They'll literally take a couple of roofs off and that's it. But yes, there was a tornado very close to me just yesterday. We got kind of the tail end of it and it was very loud and a bit scary, but still in one piece here, so that's good. But yeah, that is unusual for the UK. Right, let's get my old rocket rack out of the way for now. Let's put that there. Let's put that there. So yes, when you buy firework rockets in the UK, they will come with a launcher tube, a plastic tube. It's usually bright orange. Sometimes it's black, sometimes it's white, sometimes it's grey. Most of the time it's orange. You put that into the ground, you put your rocket in there, you fire it. That's great. That's fantastic. If you've just got one rocket or a pack of 2 or 3 rockets and you're doing them one at a time, brilliant. Obviously, I'm going to be letting off 50 rockets or so. The count keeps going up, but it's at last count it was around about 50. So I could have 50 of these all put in my ground. That's going to be quite time consuming. And I don't know if I even have 50. I have quite a lot of these. Over the years, I've built up quite a collection of different sized tubes. They are useful to have, but I need something a bit more substantial. So that's what the plan is tonight. Baby Peach says, my house is without power. Yes, I know some houses did lose power because of the weather, the storm over the past few days. So I hope you get power back soon, Baby Peach. Let's have a look. Craig is here. Craig says, hello, Marko. Hello, Craig. Thank you for being here. Basic Pyro says, 50? Question mark, 50? Yeah, let's go through some of the rockets that I'm going to be firing, all being well, weather permitting, this New Year's Eve live on YouTube right here. We got a selection here. So we've got some quite big ones. We've got some Pyro Works. These are brand new last year. I have fired these before. In fact, I've done the official landed footage of these. You'll find it on my channel and Pyro Works channels and various other retailers. The footage you'll see of that is my footage. So this is Ionosphere, 3 giant rockets there. We've also got 3 rockets here from Celtic Fireworks. These are Super Rocks, Gold Crown, Deep Green Strobe, Double Ring, Red Strobe Pistol. That's a mouthful. I'm looking forward to that one. Special White Strobe, Gold King Crown. There, so we've got 3 of those to go up. Let's put the tinsel back, make it festive. A couple of monster rockets from Celtic. There, those are, let's read the effects on those. So one of them is Flute to Gold Crown White Strobe. Interesting. The other one is described as Blue to Red to Chrysanthemum. So these are big rockets. These are going to be loud. These are going to give big, big breaks in the sky. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 there. We then move down. We've got some Vivid VSR 4s, 4-inch shell rockets. I fired these earlier in the year. You'll see a review of those on my channel. Check them out, see what you think of them, see what I thought of them as well. So looking forward to those. I've also managed to get the VSR 3s to compare, because I know when I did this video on the VSR 4s, people were saying actually they're quite comparable, quite similar to the VSR 3s. So I thought, let's get the VSR 3s and the VSR 4s. Let's fire them both and see how they compare. So we got those from Vivid. We've also got these. These are new from Evolution Fireworks, Big Bang. These are shell rockets as well, shell head rockets. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in the pack. I've seen product footage of these. I haven't seen any landed footage of these yet. I say these are new. They looked quite impressive, so I'm quite curious. I'm really quite excited about firing those. So we've got some of those. We've also got a pack of Lightning Hawks rockets from Prestigious Pyrotechnics. I fired a pack of these a couple of weeks ago. You'll see my review of these on my channel. I was quite impressed with these, so I've got another pack for New Year's Eve. So that's that. We've got, I'll come back to chat in a minute. Let me show you some of the other rockets we've got. I have got, let's have a look, 1, 2, 3. I got 3 packets of these little rockets. These are by Fab Fireworks, and these are called Little Giant Rockets. So again, I've seen some product footage of these. They looked quite impressive for their size. And I say they're described as Little Giant Rockets. They might be rubbish. They weren't that expensive, but I thought if I fire 3 packs together, maybe in like fan formation, they might be okay. The interesting thing about these that I did like is that they're classed as, if you guys can see this, eco-friendly rockets. Now, normally rockets, these ones here, they all have like a plastic tip on the top, plastic cone. These ones are eco-friendly. It doesn't look like it's plastic. It looks like it's more kind of, I don't know what it is, like a charcoal or something on the tip of those. So I'm guessing there's no plastic in these, so the whole thing will disintegrate. So I'm quite excited about those ones as well. So we've got 3 packets of those, and there's 2, 4, 6 in there. So there's 18 rockets there. I've also got a pack of, and these are new as well. I haven't seen any landed footage of these because these are new this year. These are from Zeus Fireworks. These are Moonraker rockets, 4 kind of little rockets there, but they look like they've got quite a punch. Purple stars with green blink, blue stars with gold blink, purple star with crackling flower, red coconut with silver blink. So we'll throw those in the mix as well, see how they hold up. I've then also got, if I can find them, and why I'm chuckling, well, you'll know why I'm chuckling, because if you watch my other live streams from my garage, we talked about fireworks and different brands and how some brands are potentially better than others, and I made the claim there was no such thing as a bad brand, and I thought I need to stick by that. So I went out and bought some really cheap, kind of lower end fireworks, put them in one of my professional displays, and it actually looked pretty good. They held their own, so I proved the point. So I thought, let's do that again. Let's throw some rockets in here that are really cheap. They're going to be not great, but let's put them in with everything else and see if they kind of add something to it. So I've got a pack of Star Striker rockets from TNT. These are really not that powerful. They just kind of whistle and fizz and don't really do a lot. But there's 2, 4, 6, 8, and I reckon if I fire all 8 of those together in a fan formation, they might kind of give a reasonable effect. So we've got those as well. And then last but not least, and I am still in 2 minds about putting these in the display or not, I've got some little rockets, some Waco rockets from an old little selection box from several years ago. You can't actually get these in the UK anymore. I've been saving them for a special occasion. I'm thinking I might be tempted to use these for New Year's, so we'll see. So quite a lot of rockets to go off there. Jenny B says, more, you're right, Baby Peach, Great Marko is going out with a big bang on New Year's Eve. Well, you know, I thought let's do something different. I say normally for New Year's Eve I get a few big fireworks and let them off. I don't usually do rockets. I'm nothing against rockets, it's just in public displays there's so many elements, things that can go wrong with it. It's not worth the risk when you've got a public audience. But I thought let's do some for New Year's Eve. Plus also it'll save on the clear up. So when I do cakes and things, I get little cardboard discs all over my lawn. There won't be little cardboard discs everywhere, so that's something. So that's one of the reasons for doing it as well. So yeah, I am going out with a bang because I have had, my channel has been, if you've been following my channel, or even if you're just new, it's been a great year on my channel. I hit 1,000 subscribers, I think last year, so over a year ago. But this year my watch hours have gone really high, and I've been so honoured to be able to do all the landed footage for Pyroworks, which are a brand new brand of fireworks to the UK. They launched last year. This was their kind of first full year. I did all the product videos for them, and as a result their brand has kind of really starting to take off, and as a result other retailers and other brands have been being in contact, and so I'm hopeful that next year is going to be even better and be able to bring you guys lots more genuine landed footage and honest, unbiased reviews as well on my channel. So I've had a great year in terms of fireworks, so I wanted to go out with a bit of a bang. So that's what all those rockets I've just gone through, that's what I'm going to be firing on New Year's Eve come midnight, all being well, weather permitting, mainly wind permitting. I don't care if it's raining, wind is the key one, especially with rockets. So we shall see, but that's the plan. Basic Pyro says so much variety. Those ionospheres seems to be getting great reviews. Yes, as I say, I have fired these before. I fired these back in February, I think, this year. And the footage that you see, the branded Pyroworks footage, is footage that I filmed for them. These were really impressive. But of course, when I fired these, I wasn't firing them at the same time as like the VSR4s or the big Celtic ones. You know, comparable size, comparable powder weights. So it would be good to kind of launch these all on New Year's Eve and just compare them all and see what they're like. So they're not all going to be going, I'm not going to launch 50 rockets all in one blast, but they're all going to be fairly close together in a certain order, and then we can kind of compare them afterwards and see what we like. But yeah, I'm impressed with these. I do rate these. I say I don't get sponsored by Pyroworks. They don't pay me anything to say this, but I have fired these. I have seen these with my own eyes. They're really good. The VSR4s I've fired them this year. Reviews on my channel. I've seen those with my own eyes. They're pretty good. Lightning Hawks I've seen with my own eyes. They're really good. So again, I don't get paid for my reviews. My reviews are completely unbiased. And that's one of the things I really enjoy. I really enjoy about doing my reviews. It's about 40 odd reviews now, this year alone, of different fireworks, retail fireworks, that are available to consumers here in the UK. And one of the things I do is I never do deals with brands or retailers to say, you know, if they say, oh, we'll give you these fireworks if you give us a good review. No, that's not how it works. Give me the fireworks, I'll give you an honest review. Totally honest, totally unbiased. All my reviews are like that. They're always going to be like that. I'm never incentivized to give positive reviews. I'm never going to say a firework's good if I don't think it is good. So that's what I think, that's what I like about my channel. I hope that's what you guys like about my channel as well. So let's have a look. What's been my favourite moment about 2023? Yes, you did ask that question. In terms of the fireworks side of things, I think my favourite moment was being invited by Pyroworks to go down to their top secret base, which is so top secret it doesn't have an address, it just has GPS coordinates, to film, to witness firsthand their entire range of products, some 40 odd products, and to be able to film that for them, edit that footage and make that available to them as their official product footage, because that, as a result of that, other retailers, other brands have taken note of that and like my footage and like what I've been doing and have been approaching me, and so that was the launch pad really to everything else that's happened subsequently this year. So that's been one of my favourite moments, certainly, from a firework point of view. But what have your favourite moments been of 2023? Why not let me know in the chat? Craig says, quick question, if you don't mind. No, of course I don't mind. I love answering questions. I got a Pyroworks Fusion today when I got home. Yes, I did just see before I went live, I did see your comment. So thanks for your comment on that video. But yes, thanks for being in the chat. I'll answer that now. So for those of you who don't know, let me read the question out again. I've got a Pyroworks Fusion today, so that's a small cake. I might even have I got a spare carcass of one of those somewhere? Yeah. Oh, will it come out? There we go. It's a used one, but there's a Fusion on demand. So it's a small cake. And Craig says he could hear loads of loose material at the bottom. Never had that before. Is it safe to fire? So he assumes it's damaged. So the thing to do, is there any visible signs of damage? Is the first thing, okay? Ignore the shaking and the sound. Is there any physical sign of damage, particularly towards the bottom of the tubes? Are any of the tubes bent? Is it still a perfect kind of cube shape? Is there any kind of indentations or any of the tubes, like I mean, this is a suspense, so I can do this. If I bend that tube now, you can kind of see that's now deformed. If there's deformity, don't fire it. Take it back to the retailer you got it from if you can. I'm sure they will sort you out and get another one. If it looks okay structurally, I wouldn't be too worried about a bit of sound. Most likely, it's either the powder inside the tubes, because powder can be loose, it's not necessarily always compact, or the other thing it could be is the clay in the bottom of the tubes. So these tubes, sorry, bits are coming out of this one. There's clay in the bottom of these tubes, basically to stop, it's like a clay bung, it stops the effect firing downwards to make the effect fire upwards instead. Quite often this becomes loose, okay, and once this is wrapped in paper, the clay just kind of rattles around in the bottom. It's most likely the rattling sound that you're hearing when you shake it around, it sounds like this thing's loose. Most likely it's a clay bung or part of a clay bung that's just come loose and is rattling around inside the wrapper. Is it still safe to light? In that instance, I would say yes, but I would take an additional precaution of making sure this is on a really stable and flat surface. So a plank of wood, something like that. Obviously you stake and tape it, you know, all those kind of things. But don't just put that on grass. Put it on something solid underneath, because even if the clay bung on one of the tubes is a little bit damaged, putting it on that will basically act as a clay bung and it will still propel the shot upwards. So I say, if there's visible signs of damage to the actual physical firework, don't fire it, take it back to the retailer. I'm sure they will swap it out for you. If it looks physically okay, but when you shake it, there's a rattling sound, it's probably okay to fire. Put it on something like this, a board, a solid surface, stake it up, tape it up. Make sure you keep your safety distances, so if anything does go wrong, nobody's in harm's way, and you should be fine. You should be absolutely fine. If, though, you're still concerned, talk to the manufacturer you got it from. I'm sure they will be able to give you some advice as well. But I hope that helps. I say, if I got one of these and it rattles, I wouldn't have an issue firing it. I would just make sure it's on a really solid surface in case it's, I say, most likely the clay bung in the bottom of two of the tubes just disintegrated a little bit. Put it on a flat surface, you should be good to go. I hope that helps, Craig. Baby Pete says, my favourite one was you eating jacket potato with cheese. Yes, I have done that on stream. I'm sure I'll be doing that again. Let's have a look. Craig says, thank you for doing this. You're very welcome, Craig. I hope that was helpful. I hope it was helpful. Looks like the red clay now you've shown the cake. No signs of damage. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it will be. As I say, because all cakes, all barrages, they all have clay in the bottom under the paper. If I take some of this paper off, you'll see. So you can see that red clay in the bottom of those tubes. It's not part of the actual pyrotechnic compound. It's basically just to stop the effect in there shooting downwards. You want it to shoot upwards. So if that clay is disintegrated or cracked, you will get that rattling around of the paper, because of course this has normally got paper underneath. Putting this on a hard surface, you should be good to go on that. Now I've got bits of firework all over my makeshift table. Never mind. Okay. Really appreciate it. Yes, no problem at all. So we're half an hour in. Welcome. We've got 18 people watching right now. So thanks, everybody. My name's Mark. I'm still wearing the Christmas hat. Let's see if it makes it to the end of the stream, because it's a festive stream. It may not. And if you're watching the replay in the middle of, I don't know, the summer, and why is he wearing a Christmas hat? This was live on the 28th of December 2023 here on YouTube. And I'm going to build a rocket rack. If you don't know why, rewind the stream. I've explained it. So how am I going to build this rocket rack for 50 rockets? Well, I've been on Amazon and I've bought quite a few of these. So you think, what are these? These are cooling racks, cooling trays. So when you do baking, when you do cakes, you get them out of the oven, you put them on here to cool down. These are non-stick cake cooling trays. These are 25 centimetres by 35. I've bought, I think, 9 of them, something like that. Quite a few of them. They're on Amazon. These are only cheap. These were about £3 something each. It is a bit hit and miss with cooling trays. I wanted one that had square holes. You can get cooling racks that just have things more like this with vertical ones. That's not much use for rockets. But I managed to get these. And the other thing is, well, you can get cake ones where the squares, the holes are really, really small. So you struggle to get rockets through. The width of these holes, these in here, are just under, I'd say, well, 2.5, 25 mil, 2.5 centimetres. So I've got a load of these. What am I going to do with these? Well, I'm going to take this label off first and foremost. There we go. So my plan is to basically build a rack that the rockets can sit in here, and have another 1 or 2 underneath to provide stability, so they can then fire out from here. So this is basically, these are going to replace the orange tubes that the rockets come with. That's the plan. These are very similar diameter, actually. These are 25 mil tubes, but these are round, these are square. So that's the plan. I've got loads of bits of wood. I've got my saw, I've got my drill, I've got my screwdriver, I've got various bits. So that's the plan for this stream. So sit back, enjoy. I will still be reading the chat, and we'll see how far we get with this. Jenny B says, I don't know if you ever shared this before, Marco. How did you get interested in fireworks? That's a good question. So I first got involved doing pyrotechnics, stage pyrotechnics, before I did fireworks. And that was when I was 16 years old. The rules have now changed and you can't be 16 to do pyrotechnics. But back then, when I was 16, I'm showing my age now, I did pyrotechnics as part of a high school musical. Basically, it was a dance production and there was some fireworks, some pyrotechnics that went off at the end. And I was responsible for setting those off. And that was my first kind of experience. It was only 2 pyrotechnics, little kind of silver gerb things at the side of the stage, each side. But I really loved doing it. I really enjoyed kind of the excitement, the kind of the element of danger there was to it, making sure, you know, they were fired at the right time. If you fire them at the wrong time and there's a dancer near them, it could do a lot of damage. And so there's that. There's kind of the pressure of making sure it's right and the thrill of it going right and the reaction you get from the audience. So that was my first ever experience of pyrotechnics, stage pyrotechnics. And then it just kind of went on from that. I guess my earliest actually memory of fireworks itself was as a kid. Around bonfire night, you'd be able to go to any kind of corner shop and newsagents here in the UK and buy fireworks. And I'd go with my dad. My dad would buy, I'd be too young to buy fireworks, obviously. My dad would go and buy a selection box of fireworks, bring it home. I would just get it out on the dining table. I'd be opening it up and looking at all the different shapes and the colours of all these different, wow, all these little fireworks and stuff. So that was my first kind of interest, if you like, in fireworks. My first experience of doing fireworks myself was doing the stage pyrotechnics back when I was 16, and it's just kind of gone on from then. I did firework displays from when I was 18 onwards. When I was at university, I did firework displays every November, every bonfire night for my student classmates and stuff, and it just kind of grown from there. And now I get to do fireworks professionally as well, which is really exciting as well. So there we go. I hope that answers your question. Right, let's work out how we're going to do this. So as I say, I've got about 9 of these. My thinking is to do sort of quite a long rocket rack. That's going to be like sort of 3 of these long. And I was thinking, how am I going to kind of support those, make sure, because the other thing is I don't want this to topple over. So I am going to use, and you may have seen on my other streams from my garage, that I use speaker stands quite a bit. These are just normal speaker stands. They're adjustable in height, which is great, but also they're really stable because they're tripod legs. So I want to kind of construct something, build something between 2 of these. That's my plan. So lots of different bits of wood here. I think the first thing I need to do, let's have a look. So the idea is going to be sort of 2 of these kind of along here with these in between. Obviously they need to be further apart than that, which means they're going to go off these top hats, they're called, these little plinths on the top of the stands. So I think the first thing I need to do is kind of extend the length of these. I'll show you one of these little speaker plates. The idea being that if you've got speakers, you kind of screw these into the bottom of your speakers. That then goes on a speaker stand. But these are really, really useful for doing fireworks off. If you saw my streams from my garage that I did in November and the display subsequently that I did in Liverpool, you'll see I used 5 of these in the display to great effect. It's great for raising fireworks off the ground. But really, I'm not doing this so much to raise the rockets off the ground, more the stability that the tripods provide. That's my thinking behind this. So I need to kind of make these a little bit longer so that those battens will fit on. So I have some wood, which I think is going to be, let's just see if that's sort of the right, yeah, that's going to be all right. So I'm going to chop this bit of wood in, I'm going to saw this bit of wood in half. This is the first time I've ever done any sawing live on YouTube as well, so there is an element of danger to these streams. Anything can happen. I have used a drill, I have used a screwdriver and things on the stream before, but this is going to be the first time, and hopefully not the last, that I use a saw on the stream. So this is my wood saw. And I'm just going to saw this. I did mark this up before. I haven't, you probably think, oh, he's planned this all out. I haven't. A lot of this is I'm going to making it up as I go along. I've got an idea in my head how this is going to look. I'm not quite sure if it's going to work out that way. We're going to work on this together, guys, okay? But I did sort of mark the center of this bit of wood so I can cut this in half now. So bear with me a second whilst I get this going. There we go. Whew. There we are, first bit of successful sawing on YouTube. So that's going to sit on there, and this is going to sit on there. Let's have a look at the chat. Kamara Brocade is here. I'll be stealing your speaker stand idea for 2024. Bigger audience will get better view than just using that. Yes, absolutely. Say I used 5 across the front of my display in Liverpool. It worked really well. If you've got a really wide site, you could easily do 5, 7, 11, whatever. And again, if you've got audience really far back, these go up to a height of about 2 meters, which is fantastic. I think I did them about this high. I might have done them a little slightly higher for Liverpool. But that's the great thing about the speaker stands. You can adjust the height. If you've got a whole line of like 7 or 11, you could actually do like a pyramid or different size, all different heights and things. There's so much you can do. They're so versatile. They're lightweight. They're really stable. I really like using speaker stands with fireworks. So I'm glad I gave you that idea. Chris, thanks for that. Okay, so we've got some slightly more stable bases now. So these battens will hopefully sit on here. Let's get rid of all the cobwebs in my garage. So I'm kind of thinking that that can go something like that. And then these will be able to sort of sit. Hope you guys can see this on the stream. Sit kind of in there. So let's have a look. I'm thinking 3. 1, 2, 3. And obviously we'll attach these on, we'll screw them down. So that's my kind of thinking on that. And then the idea being that rockets will be able to sit in here. Obviously we're going to do another layer, maybe another 2 layers of these below, because just doing 1 layer, yeah, this is fine, but the rocket could kind of veer off in all kinds of different directions as it launches. I want these to kind of effectively go straight up. So by mirroring this kind of a couple of layers here, it's just going to provide it with a bit more stability as this rocket lifts up. So that's kind of my thinking of how my rocket rack is going to how I envisage it being. Whether it works out that way, let's see. I guess the first thing I need to do is work out how I'm going to attach these battens to... No, actually, the first thing is probably how I'm going to attach these trays, these cooling racks, to here. So let's get those 3 in there. That one's a little bit... Let's just change that one out. That stood on that one before, it's got a little bit bent. Let's put a... Or maybe it's the wood. There we go, that's okay. So yeah, 3 of those, that should give me a lot of space to do quite a lot of rockets in there. I'm then thinking of kind of dropping down a bit and doing another layer below. So I'm thinking when I screw these in, I'm thinking out loud, guys, I haven't really planned this, so bear with me. Annette is here. Annette says, hi, Great Marko. Hello, Annette, thank you for being here. Great to have you here. We've got 15 people here at the moment. So thanks everybody. So these are just bits of offcuts of wood. I think they're like these 2B1s. I don't know what these are. In fact, let's have a look. 3.5 centimeters by 1.8. So yeah, not even 2x1. Sort of 1 and a, oh, I don't know, 30. Let's say 35 mil by 18 mil. And again, listen, there's more than one way to build a rocket rack. There isn't a set kind of plan I'm following here. Everybody builds them differently. This is a bit of an experiment really, but this is what I'm going to go for this New Year's Eve kind of 50 plus rockets volley going off. So yeah, I want to then drop this down and do another kind of layer there and there. So I'm going to need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. How many of these have I got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I wonder if I did that. How long is this piece of wood? That's a great question, isn't it? How long is a piece of wood? These are all different lengths as well, by the way. These were really long bits, but I couldn't fit them in my car, so I had to saw them out. I saw them up before I came. That's 111. So we are going to be looking at 56, 55, 56 on that, which would be that. Is that going to be kind of good? Actually, you know what? I don't need to drop all these down to the same height because all these rockets are different. The rocket sticks are different lengths. So this one, for example, this is a lightning hawk. The rocket stick length on here is 77 centimeters. Compare that to the largest one I've got, which is this Super Rocks by Celtic, and that one is about 125 centimeters. So I perhaps need to drop some of these down more than others. I was originally going to do like this layer here, another layer here, and then another layer there, all kind of equal, but I'm thinking I might be able to stagger it and do different heights on different layers. So for the big rockets, I can have one much lower down than for the smaller rockets. That's my current thinking. Let's see how we go with that. So yeah, before I screw these in, I'm wondering if I can kind of screw in something here. Let's have a look. They're going to be a bit too, are they going to be too long? How long is my big rockets? Let's get these out of the way. VSR 4s and the Vivid VSR 3s. The rocket sticks on those are actually hinged. They come with hinges in. And because of that, oh, I'll stop all my rockets falling over. There we go. Because of that, I am not going to be putting them in this rocket rack. I am going to be using tubes for them. The reason being is because where the hinges, I'll get one of these out in a bit, you'll see, there is a chance that when this rocket lifts, the hinge could get caught on this wire mesh and stop it from actually lifting in the air. So for that reason, I'm not going to be putting these ones in this rack. I will be using tubes for these 5 rockets with hinge sticks. The rest though don't have hinges in, and so should comfortably go in my rocket tray rack thing here. So let's have a look. So I'm going to need 1, 2, 4, so 4 on that. So I think if I chop these in half, yeah, let's saw these ones in half first. Let's see how long these are. I say I'm kind of making this up as I go along. I've got a rough idea in my head how this is going to work, whether it actually will, whether we'll get it built completely on this stream, I don't know. But I appreciate your company. Anyway, guys, it's great to have you here on this. What day is it? Thursday. I lose track of days over Christmas. I know it's the 28th, but it's a Thursday. So that is 110. So we can go 55. Will be half of that. Let's just mark that up. Hopefully you can still see me. I went for a wide shot. There, that's a jaunty angle. I went for a wide shot today because some of these rockets are quite long. And I thought if I go for the normal narrow lens, it's not going to get everything in. So 55 is there. Let's mark that there. We'll use this to get a nice straight line down there. Let's do the same on the other one as well. Let's get that one in. Like so. Right, bear with me a second whilst I saw these in half. Without hitting my head or my hat on this. There's one. Right, there we go. So yeah, my idea is I'm going to sort of screw, you might see on these cooling trays, they've got these little kind of, these are like the stand bits. So when you stand this on a kitchen work surface, it raises the tray off the ground. But I kind of actually think that kind of putting screws in there would actually be good. It'll keep this in position, stop this from moving in any direction. So that's my thinking, but I'm thinking of kind of screwing through a batten. So let me show you on this side. So I'm thinking if I screw through there into there, I can actually put that on there, and then that gives me a support where I can mount more of these cooling racks lower down. So that's my thinking. Let's see if we can make that work. Okay, so I'm gonna need some screws, I guess. Oh, I'm so disorganized. Never mind. Let's see if are these going to be too long. Are these going to be long enough? Let's have a look. See if these are going to be. They're going to be a good length, actually. Yeah, that's good. So I'm going to need my screwdriver. Here it is. So let's get a block there that I can screw into. Let's get those trays out of the way there. Verna Marie says a happy 4th day of Christmas. Yeah, that's one way of looking at it, isn't it? 4th day of Christmas. Yeah. Well, happy 4th day of Christmas to you also. Thanks for being here. Right, so let's have a look. I want to put that kind of there. So I might drill a little pilot hole just so that I get everything kind of, I want all the screws to go in straight here. So let me see if I can get a drill bit. Here, what have I got? That's a bit big. Bear with me a second, folks. A little bit big. Maybe we go for, yeah, let's go for this one. So I'm just going to use this little tiny drill bit just to drill a little kind of pilot hole in the wood. Just going to try this on one for now and we'll see how it goes. This is a really tiny little drill bit. Probably a bit of overkill. I could probably screw straight through these battens, but kind of want to get it precise if I can. So that's going to go there. So I need that hole to be kind of quite close to the end, actually. Oh! Oh, don't you just hate it when you do that when the drill bit gets stuck in the wood because I didn't tighten it enough. Let's fix that. Let's get the drill bit back in here. And this time, let's make sure we get it nice and tight. There we go. So that will hopefully now come out. Yay! Okay, right. So I think, first of all, let's get a screw through this one. What do I do with the screwdriver bit? There it is. Okay, screw bit through here. Ooh. That's pretty good. There we go, it's coming out the other side. So I want to get that there. Yeah, that's going to work. I think that's going to work. Let's give it a go. Let's continue to screw this in and see see what it does. Oh, this is fiddly. I could do with more pairs of hands. But I think it's going to work. I think it's going to work. Oh, I shouldn't be too confident. I probably need to hold this like this. This is better. Sorry guys, yeah, I realise that I'm doing this where you can't see it. I should have done the other side. But hopefully you'll bear with me on this. I think I need to drill a pilot hole in the other one as well, so that ensure that this goes in at the right angle. So how's everybody's Christmases been? Let me know in the chat. What have you guys been up to? So mine's been fairly quiet, and with family. Had a big Christmas meal with some family, and Christmas Day with my wife and daughter, who's 2.5, so it's kind of her first Christmas where she could sort of comprehend the excitement and things. And the only thing she asked Santa for was a green present. She didn't care what the present was, she just wanted it to be green. Which was actually a challenge, because could we find green wrapping paper anywhere? No. Red, yes. White, yes. Silver, yes. Green, no. So yeah, so that was fun. But she liked her present. We got a little tricycle. And I've been teaching her how to ride that. She's not quite mastered it yet, but then hey, it's only been a few days. I'm sure she will figure it out before too long. Right, let's try this again. I really should have 2 drills, shouldn't I? Then I can have one as a screwdriver and one as the actual drill. Never mind. We go on. Yeah, that's actually worked quite well. That's pretty good. I like that. Now, obviously, I've just got the one screw in, so that would potentially waggle about left and right. So I need to get another one in below that. So again, I'll probably drill another little pilot hole on that with my tiny mini mini drill. Have I got a longer drill bit? It would be really useful to have a longer one. Yes, I do. Fractionally bigger, but it will be fine. Because this is just for pilot holes, just to make these screws go in nice and straight. Like so. There we go. Make sure that's nice and tight. Right, so I'm going to get a pilot hole in. And I'm probably actually, I found some washers before, some really, really thick washers. These were from a plasma TV wall mounting kit thing. Because obviously, I'll show you guys on this side what I'm doing. I'm screwing through here and then through that bit there to hold this in place. But obviously there's a bit of width in this wire. So this is kind of stepped out. This isn't flush with wood because I'm doing it on here. Why am I doing it on there? I suppose I could do it down there. But when I do the trays underneath, I want them to line up with the ones on the top. So it makes sense to kind of do these struts, as it were, in line with these little stands, I guess they are, aren't they? But obviously that steps it out a bit. So I'm thinking if I can get a washer in underneath, or if I can, then that would work quite well at just holding that in. We'll see. I don't know if I'll be able to get these washers in, but it's no big deal if I can't. Right, so let's get a little pilot hole going in below here, around about, I guess, there. Well, I guess it'll depend on the washer, won't it, really? A bit higher. There. There we go. Jenny B says our fairgrounds had a drive-through Christmas light display. Love it, yeah. Yeah, we don't really get, I mean, we do get houses over here that go to town and put lots of lights on. Don't get me wrong, I do have some lights on the front of my house. Not a massive amount, but a few. But I know some people really go to town with it, you know, to the point where it becomes a tourist attraction. So, not that I'm saying there's anything wrong with that, but I like to think my lights are kind of tasteful, the ones I have in my house. Right, let's get this second screw in. And we'll see if I can get a washer behind it. I might not be able to. Let's have a look. Be good if I could. Is that going to work? Let's have a look. I need to kind of push that up. I know I'm talking to myself, guys, but just bear with me. As I say, I'm kind of making this up as I go along. I don't really have much of a plan here, but I'm sure it will be. I'm sure it will all come together in the end. Let's put that there. I think I've got that in position now. I think we're okay on that. I think we're okay. Yeah, that's actually worked all right. I'm quite pleased with that. I will turn this around in a little while and show you guys. So, yeah, talking of light displays though, over here in the UK, for those of you who don't live in the UK, we have a place in the UK called Blackpool. You may have heard of it. It's kind of northwest, North England, on the coast. Blackpool, a bit of a kind of a touristy kind of seaside town, but we have Blackpool illuminations, which is a mile and a half long along the front, full of Christmas lights, flashy lights, all kinds of different things. It's amazing. I'm really looking forward to taking my daughter. Not managed to do it this year, hopefully next year. It's always good to see all the lights at Blackpool. The Blackpool illuminations, they're called. Google it if you're not familiar with it. It's really, really good. So yeah, that's worked all right. That I'm quite pleased with that, because my thinking is, I mean, I'll get another one in here. I'll be able to get a tray kind of in, probably actually that way round, and then that will actually sit. I could put screws at different heights on this and have this sit on the screws at different, so I could actually vary the height of that. That would be really good, wouldn't it? That would be really flexible and versatile. I like that idea. Okay, so let's get my next batten. Here it is. I couldn't find it for a minute. I need to do my pilot holes again. Time to change the drill bits. Screwdriver out. Do you guys watch anything on TV? What are your kind of go-to Christmas movies or go-to Christmas television? I have to admit, my daughter has recently become obsessed with Mary Poppins. The original one from 1960, whatever it was, with Julie Andrews and Dick Van Dyke. Today alone, I think we've watched that 2.5 times. And that's a long film. That's like 2.5 hours. So that's been on quite a bit today. But it's my daughter's favourite film at the moment, so I've had to put up with it. I'll see if they have some videos. Yes, please do, Janie B. Right, so this one's going to go here. I need to drill a little pilot hole again. Probably about there. That's good. And let's get a screw. Need to get another screw. I've got a screw here. Here we go. I need to change my screwdriver bits again. I need a second drill, people. It would save a lot of time. I shall put it on my my wish list for Santa for next year. Right, and then this is going to screw in here. Probably need a bigger. I really keep realising this is slipping, and it's probably because I need a bigger screwdriver bit. Let's see if this one's any better. PZ2. Do I need a PZ3? Oh no, it is the right bit. That's fine. Always worth checking you've got the right screwdriver bits in. 3D printer guy is back. Hello Mark, how are you? It feels unreal to be back again. Yes, doesn't it? As I wasn't really planning on doing this stream, but I had so much fun doing those streams last month from my garage. I did over 24 hours worth of streaming in the space of about a week and a half from this very garage. So I enjoyed it so much. I know you guys enjoyed it as well. So I thought let's do another one before New Year. And of course, I will be live streaming as well on New Year's Eve itself. I'm going to be letting 50 plus rockets off in a big volley in my back garden. It's going to be great, weather permitting. And that's what we're setting up for now. If you're just tuning in, I'm building a rocket rack. I do have an existing rocket rack, but it only holds about 15 rockets. I need something that's going to accommodate a lot more than 15. So that's what we're building on this stream, folks. So thanks for being here. 3D Printer Guy, great to have your company here again on this stream. That's good. Got that in there. This is going to be really nice and stable. And that's what we want with the rocket rack. The last thing you want is it falling apart or toppling over. And that's why I'm using these speaker stands. 2 speaker stands. This is going to be screwed onto it at both ends. And I can alter the height of it. I'm dropping these struts down so I can I'm using these cooling racks if you're just joining me. Cheap little baking cooling rack things I got off Amazon. Like £3.50 or something each. They'll work really well with the rockets down the top. And then I'm building these struts so that I can suspend more of these at kind of different heights just to provide more support for the rockets. That's the plan. How far are we going to get with that tonight? I don't know, because we've been streaming an hour so far, and so far I've sawn 3 bits of wood and put in 3 screws. I normally do DIY a lot quicker than this, guys, when I'm not streaming, but hey, I don't mind. It's great to be here. Marko is not doing a baking stream. Yeah, so I ordered, I think, 9 of these on Amazon. So I can only imagine what the person in the Amazon warehouse was thinking when they packed 9 of these to one person. Why does one person need 9 cooling trays? Anyway, I'll be able to reuse these again. My wife can do some baking for me. That wasn't a hint. If she's watching, she won't be watching. She'll be in bed. But anyway, if she watches the replay. 3D printer guy says, sounds really good. I'm going for a 10-minute display with cakes and a few families to start. Currently the weather's looking good. Yeah, and that's what I was... Normally New Year's Eve, I like to keep it fairly simple. I go for 2 or 3 compounds, a couple of barrages, and I go for about a 5-minute display on New Year's Eve. But I say this time I thought we'll do something different. Mainly because of you guys on my streams. When we did the streams in this very space last month, we were talking about rockets, and somebody asked the question, do you use rockets in your displays? And I don't use rockets in my displays because they're quite unpredictable. It's a nightmare to risk assess, and really it's much safer if you've got a public audience to not use rockets. But that said, rockets do have a place. I don't have anything bad to say about rockets. And so again, I thought I would sort of stick to my words, and this New Year's Eve, rather than doing barrages and things like that, I'm going to do exclusively rockets. Rewind the stream. I went through all the rockets. We might go through them again later. Some big ones, some small ones, some tiny little rubbishy ones. Some ones you can't get anymore by Waco. Amazing. Weco, whatever you want to call it. 50 plus rockets. It does kind of keep going up. It was 40. I think it's now up to 50. It may go up again before New Year's Eve. We'll see. But that's the plan. So Janie B says, hello, Mrs. Great Marko and Baby Marko. Yes, thank you, Janie B. I don't know if Baby Marko certainly isn't watching. Although, do you know what? She does enjoy watching my streams. I did a stream. Well, not a stream. It was a video. You'll find it on my channel earlier this year in the summer when it was nice outside, all about how to dispose of fireworks properly. You'll find it on my channel. And my daughter loves that video. Every day it's like, Daddy, Daddy, can we watch Daddy buy the bins? And because I did the video out by my garbage, my waste bins, she loves that video. I don't know why. So pretty much every day we have to watch it. But hey, so she may well end up watching this at some point, my daughter. So if you are watching this, hello, thanks for watching the replay. So yeah, right. Let's get this second screw in here. Let's change back over. But yeah, my voice did really well to hold out for all that streaming I did in November. I mean, some of the streams, I think I did a 6-hour stream sort of talking pretty much non-stop, and I didn't lose my voice. So yeah, I'm not saying this is going to be a 6-hour stream, but let's see how we go. 3D printer guy, I do love a good rocket. Some of the biggest brakes available to consumer. Yes, agree. I can't have rockets due to, I can't read that. It's obscured by a, oh, where the sticks are going to land. Yes, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, that is always an issue. And that's why I don't do, and most professionals won't use rockets in a public display where you've got an audience, because the risk of rocket sticks falling onto people is quite high. So it's safer to just not do them. But yes, you can get some of the effects from some of these are the largest, biggest effects you can get in any consumer fireworks in the UK. But it's not always about size. Sometimes smaller effects can actually look a lot better. I know some people like to go for like the loudest possible fireworks. I'd prefer something that's visually pretty rather than audibly loud. That said, there is a time and place for loud fireworks, but there's also a time and place for quiet, low noise fireworks. Actually, if you watched my live stream the day before bonfire night from my back garden, I did an exclusively low noise stream. It lasted about 10-12 minutes, just purely low noise fireworks. It was really good. I enjoyed it. I know a lot of you guys did as well. Right, there's that. Brandon says, any super bomb? No, I haven't got any funk rockets, funky, however you want to pronounce it, rockets in this display. I've yet to actually fire any funky rockets. I have seen footage of them. The footage I've seen of them, I'm a little bit kind of, yeah, they look impressive. Some of the footage looks a bit, I don't know. I would like to fire some myself. Sadly, I don't have any retailers near me that actually stock funky products at the moment, but I'm looking forward to getting my hands on them, hopefully this next year, and be able to fire some. So no funk in this one, but there's some Celtic, there's some Pyroworks, there's some Prestigious, there's some Vivid, there's some Evolution, there's some Fab Fireworks, there's some TNT Fireworks, and there's going to be some Wecco as well, some of the old Wecco stuff from Lidl. I've saved 4 rockets from back in the good old days when Lidl stocked Wecco. So yeah, we'll fire that as well. But no, the super bombs do look good, but only from the footage I've seen. I've not actually witnessed any with my own eyes yet to be able to sort of verify how good they are. I had the crossette effect in the cake this year, crisscrossed by Celtic. I did really like it. Yeah, there are some really nice crossette cakes out there at the moment. There's even a crossette compound. If you like your crossettes, for those of you who don't know what's a crossette, so a crossette is like a coloured pearl that goes up into the sky and then it breaks into 4 in the sky. That's a crossette. There's some really nice ones out, and there's a compound out there by Prestigious Pyrotechnics called Crazy Crossettes. They do it as a barrage, as a cake as well, but they do it as a compound. It's really nice. The colours in it are really, really nice. I do like a good crossette cake or a crossette compound. It's the only compound I know that has purely crossettes in. It's really good. Right, I need some more screws. All right, let's get this one in here. Oh, and let's try and get a washer in as well if we can. I'm still wearing the Christmas hat as well. It's made it 1 hour and 10 minutes into the stream. I didn't think I'd wear this long, but it actually keeps my head. I don't have a lot of hair for those of you who, there you go, you see. It keeps my head quite warm. I quite like it. We'll see how we go. And it's festive, you know, it's kind of Christmas-ish-esque. Right, let's get this washer in here if we can. Just using a screw to kind of push it in place. Don't know if it's going to actually... It's probably a better way. I probably should have actually glued the washer onto the wood. That would have been easier. Yeah, I didn't think that through, really, did I? Anyway, let's see what we can do. In fact, actually, yeah, I could tape that on, couldn't I? Let's get some, I need some, oh, parcel tape, that'll do. I got some parcel tape. Tape a washer into place. I can't, I know some people can like bite sellotape. I can't do it. I just can't do it. But I'll use this drill bit to, there we go. That will work equally as well. Right, let's tape this washer in kind of roughly where I would like it to be. That's kind of about right there, actually. Just push it that way a touch. Yeah, I definitely should have taped this. On the next ones, I will tape the washers down in place first. It would make life a lot easier. See if we can just nudge this into position. Nearly. There we go. Perfect. I'm on the hammer setting. Don't know. Don't ask. There we go, that's not bad. Let's get rid of that bit of... Yeah, not bad at all. Let's catch up on this. Are you going to be using the tape match you got from the modeller's rocket? Yes, I may well do, because some of the fireworks are going to be going off in a barrage. So I am going to fuse some together so they all kind of go off fairly close to each other. I may well use some tape match. For those of you who don't know what tape match is, there's a little bit here. It's basically like sellotape, sticky tape, but it has a line of black powder in the middle. And you light it and you can use it to fuse lots of things together and make them all go off really quick. Well, we've covered that before. I'm sure we'll cover it again. I may do another stream on, or a video on how I kind of wire up, fuse up all these rockets. We'll see. But the priority today is to actually get this thing built. And then we will look at where the rockets are going to go and how they're going to work at another time. Let's just loosen this one off a touch so I can tighten this one up a bit. That's not bad. That's okay. It kind of works. I may do another batten along the bottom, we'll see. Maybe, but for now I'm going to get the other two in on this side. So let me get rid of these two bits for now. Brandon says, where do you get your fireworks from? A number of suppliers. I'm not sponsored by anyone. I don't have like a preferred supplier. This year the fireworks for my display that I did in Liverpool, I think I used 4 different retailers, stockists for that. So I don't have a preferred one. I use a number of different ones. But yeah, most places, wherever you are in the UK, most places, you're fairly near to a specialist all year round fireworks shop. If not, there are all year round fireworks shops online where you can order fireworks and get them delivered at any time of year. And they're knowledgeable. The people that run these, knowledgeable, good people, and they'll sell you some great fireworks. So I'm going to turn this around so you guys can see. It's going to be easier said than done without hitting cameras and lights and things. Let's put that there. Let's try and spin this around. I want to be great if the stream was in 3D and I could go, whoa, 3D. Right, there we go. Okay. So you can kind of see what I've done on that side, and I'm going to mirror that, in theory, on this side. Okay, so let's have a look. I assume I just need to check. Did I leave myself enough space to get 2 more of these on? I'm pretty sure I did. Yeah, plenty of space. That's fine. Good. 3D printer guy, used the last bit of quick match of the day on a model rocket motor cluster. Now I'm on tape match for good. Yeah, quick match, unfortunately, unless you are a display company, you're not going to be able to get hold of quick match in the UK anymore, which is a shame. But equally, I can understand why, because it's dangerous if you don't know what you're doing with it. Tape match is not quite as good, but it's the closest you can get. and really for most purposes it will do the job. So right, I'm going to drill some pilot holes first. After I change the drill bits over again. Oh, I've not even done that one in straight. That's not going to drill a very straight hole, is it? That looks better. Yeah. Right. So let's do a little pilot hole here. That's good. Let's do a little pilot hole here. That's good. Let's tape a couple of washers in so we get those in the right place to start with, because that will make life a lot easier rather than trying to fit them in after the event. One in there. Let's get another little bit of our tape, packaging tape. I like to rebuild stuff just from odds and ends of things. These washers are from a plasma TV wall mounting kit, which I never use. So I was like, well, let's put the washers to use. And I'm just using them to step out, because I'm doing these battens right over where these little stand bits are. Obviously there's some thickness in that. So I'm using this to kind of step out underneath. It's similar thickness to these. It's almost identical. So one of those underneath just to step it out. So when I put the 2 screws in, there's a bit of support behind this one. That's my thinking. I agree, it's very, very fast stuff. Yes, that's a tape match, and you can make it even faster as well, because you can use tape match like that open and it burns relatively slowly. You can fold it. Ooh, I've just thrown a washer away. You can fold it over and it burns quicker. You can foil tape that and it'll burn even quicker. Let me find that washer that I've just lost, because I only have enough washers to do this. I don't have any spare washers. So, hey everybody, bear with me a second. There it is. Washer rescued. Right, so we'll stick this washer on roughly where it's kind of going to go under there. That's good. I'm going to need 1, 2, 3, 4 more screws. I got 4 screws. Let's have a look. 3D printing gear, that's another question I had. Are the VSR 4 rockets chewing? Yeah, I'm really want to this next year open one of these up and have a look. And for those of you who don't know, these are the VSR 4 rockets from Vivid Pyrotechnics. I fired some this year. There's a review and some landing footage of these on my channel. Just search VSR 4. They're a 4-inch diameter shell head on a rocket. There are some rumours that actually there's a smaller shell head inside, and it's not true 4 inches. There are some rumours that it's only 3.5 inches or even 3 inches, and the rest is just padding. There is another argument that says, yes, it might only be 3.5 inches, but the extra padding makes the bursts bigger. I don't know. I'm kind of curious to open one of these, but for New Year's I'm just going to fire them. Hopefully this next year, maybe I might get a pack and might be able to cross-section one, and we'll see. But I don't know is the answer to that. There may well be just a 3.5-inch shell in there. There is a lot of talk that the VSR 3s, the slightly smaller ones, these are 3-inch ones. Diameter, these are 4-inch ones. Many people say that these are just as good as these. And actually, these are a little bit cheap. You get 3 in a pack as opposed to 2. We'll see. I've never actually fired the VSR 3s. So we're going to put the VSR 3s and the VSR 4s in this New Year's Eve rocket barrage, and we'll kind of see how they compare. What I do think is that these do have more of a lift on them. There's a slightly bigger motor on them. These do go higher in the sky, so even if these are larger bursts, because they've gone higher up, they might look comparable size to the VSR 3. So I'm kind of curious to compare those two different products and see. Right, let's get back to this. I've got a couple more of these that I'm going to attach here and here. I'm going to draw couple of little pilot holes in both of these first with my pilot hole driller. See where that needs to go. About there. We'll do the same with the other one. Roughly the same place. The pilot holes are just to ensure that my screws go in nice and straight. I don't always bother with it, but because I'm using some quite narrow battens and things, I want the screws to be quite straight and precise on these. Right, let's get this one. Let's get these both started. That in there, that in here. Oop, that didn't go very straight. It has now. Right. Oop. I really do need another pair of hands. Or actually I could just use gaffer tape to hold it in place while I screw it. But hey, where's the fun in that? Difficulty is I need a weight on there. This one's just coming up a little bit. What have I got here that's heavy? Apart from obviously my drill. Let's have a look. Oh, this will work. A big roll of... These are these refuge sacks. I mentioned these on one of my earlier streams from my garage. It's what I use to waterproof the speaker stands when they had loads of fountains on, and they're great for disposing fireworks. But there's a bit of weight just to hold that down there. I might do it that way so it doesn't roll off. Donna is here. Donna, hello Donna. Hi, happy Christmas. Merry Christmas. Thanks for being here. I'm building a rocket rack. For New Year's Eve, for my live stream, I'm going to be letting off 50 plus rockets in my back garden within the space of like a minute, 2 minutes or whatever. It should be epic. I'm just building a rack to be able to hold a lot of those rockets. So that's what I'm doing on this stream. But thanks for being here, Donna. And actually you'll like it because there is a bit of a baking theme to this stream, only because I've bought 9 cooling racks, cake cooling racks from Amazon. And that's what I'm using primarily to make my rocket launching rack. So a little bit of a baking theme there. For those of you who don't know, Donna does amazing cooking streams on her channel every couple of weeks. She cooks some amazing stuff in her kitchen, so go check that out if you like food and baking and cooking and things like that. Right, that's better. Now I can screw this on here. Nice. That's good. Let's do this one as well. Let's get this one in straighter. Let's get this one in here. That's pretty good. Pretty good. Right, let's go back to our pilot holes. Donna says happy Christmas, Mark. Very happy New Year as well. You are like MacGyver with those baking racks. Yeah. Oh, MacGyver. I miss MacGyver. MacGyver was great. I know they remade it recently. I haven't watched the remake yet. But I know the original with Richard Dean Anderson was one of my favourite programmes actually growing up as a kid. I used to really like MacGyver. I loved his ability to just make anything out of anything. Whatever he's got lying around, he could just make amazing stuff with it. And yeah, bit of an inspiration, I guess, here. The old MacGyver. And Don says, I can't wait to see your display. Yeah, weather permitting, it might potentially be a bit too windy on New Year's Eve for this. We'll see. The forecast is improving though, so we'll keep our eye on it, and we will review it on the day for sure. So for those of you just joining, I'm building a rack for my rockets. Made with these baking trays on top. I'm then putting these struts on so that I can have additional layers of baking trays, cooling trays at different heights here just to support the rockets so that they go straight up as opposed to shoot off in strange angles. So that's what I'm doing at the moment. That's the plan. I need my screwdriver bit back in. Most of the stream has been involving me changing between a drill bit to drill pilot holes and a screwdriver bit to screw screws in. I really do need to get a second one of these for next year, don't I? If I do another one of these streams. I know it's not the most exciting thing, changing drill bits over. Never mind, we go on. Nice. It's pretty good. Pretty good. I can take this off now. That was only there to hold this down because the tray was creeping up a little bit at that end. So now that's done, let's screw this one in. Brilliant, that's actually pretty good. Yeah, I'm quite impressed with that. I may well, as an additional, actually cable tie these on as well. Certainly not going to do any harm. We'll do that when I've done all the screwing, all the bits in. But yeah, I think I'll probably cable tie those as well, just for that bit of extra support. Fingers crossed the weather cooperates. Yes, absolutely. Does Beth know you have her baking rags? No, but I did order them in a number of different... I ordered, I think, 6 originally, and they came a few days ago. I'm like, these are actually quite good. I'm going to order another 3. So there have been a number of Amazon deliveries over the past few days where it's just been baking rags. And my wife's been like, what are you ordering this time? Like, nothing. It's just some cooling trays. It's fine. Because she always thinks I'm ordering fireworks, which a lot of the time I am. But when I say, oh, just some cooling trays, it's like, oh, okay. I won't ask. Afterwards, you can stand your garden tools through the racks. Yeah, you know, I probably could. I say I don't usually launch this many rockets. This may be the only time I launch this many rockets in one go. So this may only ever get used once. But I will be able to reuse these bits for sure. In fact, you know what? If I live stream again from my garage next year when I'm setting up for displays and stuff, you may well find that I repurpose some of this for other things. So these won't be the first and last time you see these trays, these cooling racks. I'm sure you'll see them again in some of my other builds in the future. That's really good. I'm quite happy with that though. That's okay. So I'm going to do 3 of those. I say I'm going to do these at different heights. Let's look at just how I'm going to... I haven't quite worked out what heights I am going to do these layers at. I mean, I could do one kind of there and one there. Basically, what I'm trying to do, let me show you. So the idea is the rockets are going to sit in the top like this. But these are 2.5, 25 mil, 2.5 centimetre squares here. If I just had this one rack here and I lit this firework, it could go off. Oh, let's just put this fuse cover back on. When this lifts, it could potentially go off at quite an angle if I wasn't careful. I want this to go sort of straight up. So the thinking is by having a number of these layers at different heights, putting it through here, it just stops, it limits the angle that this could actually go at so that it only goes straight up. It does give me the option if I wanted to send it off at another angle, I could. But that's the thinking. So I'm not quite worked out exactly what height I'm going to have these other layers in yet. And it may be that one of them I do a lot longer because some of these are really long rockets. We'll see. I say I'm kind of making this up as I go along, but thanks for bearing with me. Donna says, will there be a jacket potatoes and cakes involved in New Year's celebration preparations? There will certainly be jacket potatoes. Will there be some cake? I imagine there will be some cake because I've got so much cake left over from Christmas. I'm not complaining. I love my cake. So yes, there will probably be some cake on the stream as well. Janie B says, very clever, Marco. Yes, thank you. Yeah, I have had a lot of cake over Christmas. But, you know, It's only once a year. Well, no, I have cake all the way through the year. Let's be honest. But hey, it's Christmas, so we can go a bit out and have a bit more extra cake, can't we? At Christmas, why not? Right, so I'm going to do another one there, and then another one there. So let's drill. You know what? Let's do these both together. Let's drill our pilot holes for that one and that one. So yeah, it's going to be quite a long. These racks, for those of you just joining me, and for the benefit of Donna, these are non-stick cake cooling trays. They're 25 centimetres by 35 centimetres. I went for these ones because they had quite big holes here. You can get cooling racks where the holes are really, really tiny, which would be really difficult for big rockets. These are kind of ideal. They're the same sort of size as the diameter of a kind of a rocket launch tube that you would get when you buy a large rocket. So yeah, so that's those. And I've got quite a few of those. So, right, let's get back to drilling some pilot holes. Exciting stuff. Let's get this screwed in. There we go. Right. Let's do a little pilot hole here. That's good. Let's do another one here. Let's do another one here. And let's do another one here. Right, that's pretty good. So let's see what lengths I'm going to do. Am I going to do the same length struts on these ones, or am I going to do longer ones here? Or should I do the big ones in the middle? I might do longer struts in the middle. Let's see. Yeah, I'm thinking I might do those. There, let's see what other bits and bobs of wood I've got over here. Maybe we'll use some of these ones. Yeah, there we go. I've got a few more of those. Yeah. So I'm going to do these ones here, the same kind of drop as those, because I think that's going to be quite a good, I think that's going to be quite a reasonable drop. Let me just have a look at some of my smaller rockets and see how they are going to fare. Yeah, that's going to be all right. Okay, so we're going to take, what did I do with those bits of wood? There they are. We'll saw these ones in half as well. Let's see if these are the same length. And let's catch up on chat as well. Your friend me made chocolate hazelnut scone. Oh, they sound good. Chocolate hazelnut scones, they sound really good, Janie B. Matt says, hi Marco, have you ever shortened larger rocket sticks before? Is it dangerous? No, I've never, and yes, it is dangerous. I shall show you why. I will do a video on this as well at some point. So what determines how long a rocket stick is? Okay, some rockets have really long sticks like that. Some rockets, like this, have really short sticks. Why? Can you cut this down and make it a shorter stick? No, don't. It's dangerous. Basically, it's designed. Let's see if this will work. It might not work because of the fuse cover. I don't think it's going to work because of the fuse cover. The idea is they balance about halfway down them. Oh yeah, that has actually balanced. You should be able to balance your rocket stick halfway down the motor. This is the motor bit. That's the bit of the rocket that produces the lift. This bit is the actual effect when it bursts. But this bit is called the motor. That's what lifts the rocket into the air. And the balance point should be halfway, pretty much, along the motor. Okay, if I cut this stick off, I wouldn't be able to balance that on my finger. I can just about balance it. It is a bit of a challenge, but let's see if I can hit it before. You've got to have fairly steady hands for this. There we go. I've balanced that now. And you'll see where my finger is. It's halfway along that motor. If I shorten this stick, this wouldn't balance there. The balance point and the centre of gravity effectively is what it is, will change. Why is this important? It's important because this helps the rocket fly stably in a straight line. If you cut this stick, this rocket is going to go off in a different trajectory. So that's the reason. It'll be the same with this one. Say this is a longer stick. The balance point should be, let's see if this works. It might not work. About halfway along. Of course, it's so long, I don't know if I'm going to be able to balance this on my finger. It's close. Maybe a little bit further that way. Oh, it's close. I've gone too far now. There you go. So you see where my finger is, like halfway, give or take, halfway along the motor. If I was to cut this stick down, the balance point, the centre of gravity would change. This rocket would fly erratically. So no, I've never cut one of these rocket sticks down, and you should never do it because it will affect the performance. It won't be a stable flight. I hope that answers your question. Let's see, I can't remember who asked that. Matt asked that, so thanks for your question, Matt. That was a really good question, that. I may do a separate little video on that at some point. But that's the reason that rocket sticks are the length they are. Never alter the length. They're that length for a reason. So, there we go. Donna says, I love how you think outside the box to make things happen, Mark. Yeah, thanks for that, Donna. I appreciate that. Thank you. Let's have a look. Bulletproof Mum. Bulletproof Mum is here. Hello, welcome in. Happy Christmas to you. I hope you've had a good one. Evening all. Finally escaped the family Monopoly game. Brilliant. Haha, I hope you've had a good Christmas. Yeah, talking again. So my daughter, 2.5, she's just discovered Hungry Hippos. If you know that game, you know it's a noisy game. She's just discovered it this Christmas. So that's been quite noisy. I quite enjoy a game of Monopoly right now. It's a lot quieter. Yeah, Hungry Hippos. And Jenga is the other one she's discovered as well. So that gets a little bit noisy because she's actually pretty good at Jenga. But it is quite noisy when it crashes down. But welcome in, Bulletproof Mum. It's great to have you here. Loving the hat. Yeah, well, you know, it's kind of Christmas. It's festive. I promised you guys a festive stream in the description to this, so I thought let's make it festive. If you were here at the start, I was also wearing some tinsel as well, but that got a bit annoying. We've taken that off. The hat is staying for the time being. Whether it's going to make it all the way to the end of the stream, I don't know, but it's keeping my head warm, so we'll go with it for now. Donna says, Mark, you sure can rock the festive Christmas hat. Thank you very much. Jenny B says, I'm excited to see what that one will look like. We still play Hungry Hippo, says Bulletproof Mum. Our youngest is 11. Monopoly has been known to start arguments. Yes. I do actually enjoy Monopoly. But there's so many different versions of it now, aren't there? You can get so many different themed versions of Monopoly. It's interesting. There is actually, as well, I played at my niece and nephew's house, Junior Monopoly, which is a lot simpler and a lot quicker and actually quite good. I may well get that for my daughter at some point. Right, where was I? Right, I was measuring these, wasn't I? That's right. Is that about the same? Yeah. So we'll go 55 again on here. It's 110. Oh! This isn't the world's best tape measure either. It doesn't kind of... You lock it in position and it doesn't stay locked. Oh, typically though, now, today it will. It's never worked with children, animals or tape measures that won't lock into place. Right, let's do that like that. And let's do this like that. There we go. I'm going to saw these in half again. Let's have a look. And that says that looks like a lot of work, but it'll be great. We got 13/14 Monopoly sets. That what? You've got how many Monopoly sets? You've got 13 or 14 different Monopoly games. Do you play them all? That's the question. Do you play them? I have two. To be fair, I have two. I have the original one and I have the Liverpool one because I used to live and work in Liverpool, and one of the places I worked at is actually on the Liverpool Monopoly board, so that's why I have that. But I only have two. I certainly don't have 13 or 14 Monopoly games. That's a lot. That is a lot. You must really like Monopoly in your household. Oh, right, bear with me a second because I'm going to saw these in half. If I can remember where I put my saw, there it is. And the other one. There we go. That's good. That's a lot of arguments, says Craig. Yes. The argument is probably which version to play though. If you've got 13 or 14, how do you decide which one you're going to actually play? All right, let me just get a little sort on this bit. Let's get rid of this little end bit that didn't saw on. There we go. Okay, so I think I'm going to do that on this one here. Let's move this along. Oh, let's try and move it along. Of course, I haven't actually screwed this down yet onto my speaker stands. I just need to move this along this way so I can get to it. There we go, that's good. Right, so I need to drill a couple of the old pilot holes in here. Let's work out where that's going. About there. That's good. Oh, mustn't forget my washers. Bulletproof Mum says we have a huge collection of board games and card games. Play everything from Snap to I've not heard of that one. UGO to D&D, which I assume is Dungeons and Dragons, and Nerd House. Yeah, we have a few board games and card games and things. I wouldn't say we have. Well, we do actually have quite a lot. We do have a fair amount. I should count them up, and we do have a fair amount. We actually bought a load for our wedding. We did a bit of an unusual here in the UK when people have wedding receptions. Normally it's, you know, like a DJ and a disco kind of thing. We kind of did ours a bit different. We had a firework display, as you might imagine. We had mini golf, we had indoor mini golf, crazy golf, and we had board games and things. We didn't have a DJ. We did board games, mini golf, and fireworks. It was different, but people loved it. It was a bit nerve-wracking, you know, doing that because you're like, well, what are people going to think when they see crazy golf, mini golf? But they loved it. They were like, wow, it was great. But yeah, that is a 13, 14. I can't get over that. 13, 14. This is a Monopoly. Wow. Oh, I was going to stick these on. So if you're just joining me, I'm using some washers that I got from a plasma TV wall mount kit, which I never used. I'm just using those behind this second screw to kind of step it out. So it's the same. It is a spacer basically is what I'm using these for. So we'll stick one like that on there. This is just to hold it in place when I screw through it. Bulletproof Mum says I would have loved that. Yes. Yeah, it was certainly a different wedding. It was nice. I liked it. it was something different. But we were really nervous because everyone was like, "Oh yeah, but you need." Everybody the wedding venue. Everyone was saying, "You're not having a DJ. You're not having a. You sure?" And we're like, "Yeah." So on the day we did like a big reveal. We had where the reception was. It was in this lovely barn in Norfolk, and we'd had dinner and stuff. And the mini golf was in a separate room. We had like a big reveal of the mini golf, and we were like, I was so nervous just before the big reveal because I was expecting all the guests to go, "Oh, is this it?" But we opened it and everyone's like, "Wow." And it was a really good mini indoor golf thing as well. It had water courses and everything. It was really good. It wasn't sort of cheap and tacky, and it was really nice. And yeah, we had a big firework display as well, which I've still not told my wife how much I spent on the fireworks, and I'm not going to. It was quite a bit. Right, let's get these screwed on. I'm going to need some more screws. Donna says, I have a board game closet. I have a ton of games. Monopoly to live. Yes, I have the game of life as well. Clue. Yeah, we have Cluedo. Bingo. Uno. Yes, we have Uno. Yeah, we have quite a few of the classics. Oh, and my daughter's also just discovered Twister. Not the film. It's not even a board game, is it? A mat thing on the floor. You guys know Twister. So that's a lot of fun. I'm quite happy to just sit at the side and just do the spinner. Beth will never know, yeah. Jenny B, yeah. Well, it was a wedding, and yeah, we did splash out a little bit on some things, but then some people have big weddings, and that's absolutely great. We only had I think we had 60 guests at ours, so it wasn't massive. So we were able to do things like the mini golf and the fireworks and stuff because we weren't catering for 100+ people. So, but it was nice because we got married in a lovely little church. It was the same church that my wife's parents originally got married in, and my wife's brother got married in. So it was nice. Then we had a reception in this barn, kind of in the middle of nowhere. It was really nice. Anyway, I digress. I can't even remember how we got on to talking about my wedding. Oh, that's right. We're talking about games. Yes, because we bought a load of games, board games and things to have at our wedding. Bulletproof Mum has 4 different types of Uno. So you have 13 or 14 different varieties of Monopoly and 4 different types of Uno. I didn't even know there were different types of Uno. That's impressive. Tell me, what are the 4 different types? Tell me, are they themed? What are the themes on them? Donna has 6 different Uno games. Wow. I only thought there was only ever one Uno game. I didn't realise there was different incarnations of it. That's impressive. Again, I will turn this round in a minute so you guys can see what I've been doing, and so it's easier for me to work on the other side. These are more screws. Yeah, Jenny B says, I just have one Uno. Yeah, I just have one Uno as well. 6 different types of Uno, wow. That's incredible. I mean, Uno by its very nature means one, doesn't it? Uno. So the fact that there's at least 6 different versions is kind of ironic. So you're probably wondering, why am I doing 2 screws in this rather than just 1? It's so that there won't be any lateral movement in these. With just 1 screw in, these can move. With 2 screws in, obviously they can't. I don't really want to have any movement in this when all the rockets are going off. Let's have a look. I have Scrabble. Yes, I have Scrabble as well, yeah. Uno All Wild is just action cards. Chaotic. Wow! I kind of want that now. I'll put it on my wish list for Santa for next year, along with another one of these. Yeah, Uno's a great game. Bulletproof Mum says we have original All Wild and the boys have Mario and Minecraft Uno. Wow. Donna says Sam likes different cards, so I had to get the Disney. There's a Disney one. Don't tell Mrs. Great Marko that. We'll be getting that out. Next stream, I bet we've got that by then. A Disney one, the one with Disney princesses. Wow. Barbie, Nightmare Before Christmas. And the electronic one that spits the cards out. Oh, yes, I do vaguely remember that one. Yes. Yes, I think I do know about that one. Yeah. Spits the cards out at you. Brilliant. Love it. It's pretty good. Right, I will attempt to turn this around again. Which gets more and more tricky. Because I don't have a lot of room. Put that on there. It's kind of working. There we go. This will become more stable once it is all screwed in. I hope. Let's get that on there. Right, there we go. So that's what I just did on that side. Need to do the same again now on this side, and I need to do the middle one. I'm going to do some longer drops in the middle one for the benefit of these rockets with longer sticks. And that's the plan. Jamie saying, yeah, of course you had to get all the Disney ones, Donna. Yes, and I'm hoping my wife isn't watching this because it's going to get quite expensive. She's on Shop Disney now, I'm sure, trying to find all these things. Kind of looks like an avant-garde table. You know, I could probably repurpose this into a nice little table at the end. Bit of varnish on it, it'll be fine. Sell it on Etsy or something. Oh dear, it's all good fun. I hope you'll be done by New Year's Eve. Yeah. Yes, I was saying that before. The streams I did in November, when I was getting fireworks ready for the display I was doing in Liverpool, normally that would have taken me about a quarter of the time it would normally take if I wasn't streaming at the same time. So the same with this, I would have had this finished by now. But hey, it's been fun chatting to you guys and stopping and answering your questions and going off on tangents and stuff. I love it. I'm only too happy to do this. This will get done in time for Christmas, New Year. That's why I'm doing this. That's why I started this on the 28th. I've still got a few more days in case I don't get this done on this stream. We'll see. We'll see how we go. That's good. Right, let's get my washers in. I say, the thing is, I might use this for New Year's Eve and then never use it again. Because this will be the first time I've done this many rockets in one go. It may well be the last time as well, because I don't usually do rockets. Well, I don't do rockets. Any of my public displays, I don't do rockets. It's not worth it. It's too much, too many things that can go wrong with it. But because this is private in my back garden, primarily for the benefit of you guys, I'm not really going to be having an audience in real life, just a virtual audience. I thought we'd do it, so. But I don't often do this many rockets, and I say, probably won't be doing this many rockets again. Didn't work. I really should have like a dispenser for this rather than trying to use a screw to... I do have a pair of scissors somewhere, but quite where at the moment, I don't know. So we improvise, we make do, like MacGyver would do. Has anybody seen the remake of that? I know it's on Paramount Plus, and it's on my kind of watch list, but I haven't actually brought myself to watch the remake of MacGyver yet, because I don't need to spoil the original for me. Right, so we got a couple more of these. That's good. Need to drill a couple of pilot holes in these. Like so. What would MacGyver do? Yeah. Great Marko first, says Donna. What would MacGyver do? Yeah, that's a really good... Do you know, I kind of want to get that on a t-shirt. What would MacGyver do? Oh dear, I like it. Oh, I might need my weight again on this. Well, not my weight, obviously, because that would break it. Some weight, just to hold that down. There we go. Bulletproof Mum says I had a real crush on MacGyver. Then Jack O'Neill, Stargate, yes. That was, who was starting? Richard Dean Anderson, wasn't it, in Stargate? Yeah. Yes, I remember Stargate. So there's a question then for you, Bulletproof Mum. Did you prefer Richard Dean Anderson? Do you think he was better as MacGyver or better in Stargate? For me, it's MacGyver. Nice. It's good. I can go in a touch more. And we're just coming up to the 2-hour stream mark as well. So I don't know how long I'm going to stream for tonight. We are actually making reasonable progress on this. I had no idea how far I'd get with this. I say, to be fair, I hadn't even planned half of this. It's kind of, I'm making this up as I go along. Again, in a very MacGyver-esque, is that a word? Let's make that a word. MacGyver-esque way. I need some more screws. Stargate, interesting. Okay, interesting choice. I guess with Stargate, of course, it's more of an ensemble sort of cast, wasn't it? So, whereas I guess with MacGyver, because it was effectively Richard Dean Anderson and the bald-headed guy whose name escapes me. There's more kind of focus on him, I guess, in that. That's pretty good. I'm happy with that. Yeah. Let's have a look at the chat. Is staking a box of fireworks just as good as burying them, like the box says? I can't dig up the garden, I think. So that's from, and I apologise because I am going to pronounce your name wrong, not intentionally, but that's by Rue. I'm rubbish with names. I'm sorry. My apologies to you. But yeah, is staking a box of fireworks just as good? Yes. In fact, that's what I do. I don't bury fireworks. Fireworks do usually have a line on them that say bury to this line. I would show you one here, but this one doesn't have it on. Yeah, fireworks do usually have a line that says bury to this line. The idea is you dig a hole, partially bury the firework and then light it. And basically it's to stop it from toppling over. I don't do that. Professionals don't really do that. What we do is we stake and tape. So we get a stake. I have a big box of stakes somewhere. Where's my box of stakes? Oh, it's underneath a load of stuff. I have loads of stakes. They're kind of shorter versions of these things here. Stake them in the ground, stake them at the front. So if this was the audience here, you'd have your audience, you'd have your stake, and then your firework, and then gaffer tape around that. And that will basically just stop movement. What the aim is to stop that firework from toppling. That's what you want to do. So you can either do that by burying it in the ground so it can't topple, or you can put stakes in. If it's a big cake, do 2 or 3 stakes, or stake all 4 sides, tape around the whole thing so there's no way that firework can topple over. So yes, it's absolutely fine to stake rather than bury, and in fact that's what I do. I don't bury fireworks, I stake them. It's a lot easier, especially again, yeah, if you have a garden you don't want to dig up, or you have a solid, I mean, you know, if you're doing something on a solid foundation, how do you dig a hole in it? You can't. Let's have a look. Bulletproof Mum says, I take this is for New Year. Yes, so, okay, so for those of you who are just joining me, I'm letting off 50 plus rockets on New Year's Eve. I normally do cakes and compounds and stuff, but if you were here on my streams from this very garage back in November last month, we were talking about rockets and people were asking, do you use rockets? I'm like, well, I don't really use rockets. I certainly don't use them in public displays. So I thought, you know what, let's use some rockets for a change. So New Year's Eve, no compounds, no barrages, nothing like that. We're going to use 50 plus rockets. I've got a whole selection of different size rockets from Vivid, from Celtic, from Pyroworks, from Prestigious, from... I've even got some, I'm going to use my little Waco ones, Bulletproof Mum, from Lidl, from all those years back that I've saved. I thought, let's throw them in as well. So it's going to be some rockets. So 50 so rockets on New Year's Eve at midnight. I'm going to live stream it, of course, weather permitting. Well, I'll live stream anyway, but weather permitting for the fireworks, we'll see. So yes, that's just to bring you up to speed, for those of you who weren't here at the start. Bulletproof Mum actually prefers staking as well, finding it more secure. Yes, and those single candles are easy to bury safely. Yeah, they can be. Again, it depends on the bore of the candles. Some thinner candles, yeah, it's really easy to push them into the ground. Some larger bore ones, yeah, you might have to dig a bit of a hole to get them in the ground. Or the other thing you can do, and that I do, let me see where they are. These work really well for cakes. If you don't have big stakes, big garden stakes like I showed you here, that's what I usually use, that sort of thickness for staking cakes. You can just use, these are bamboo canes, garden canes. I've got bamboo growing in the garden. Chop this down. These are really good for candles. Stick some of those in the ground because they go in really easily. Put your candle next to it and tape your candle to that. Job done. Back in there later. Right, that can come off there now. And also, if you weren't here at the start, this is not the first rocket rack I've ever made. I have previously made another rocket rack. I made this one several years ago. I'll show this again for the benefit of those of you who weren't here, because there's no right way and wrong way of building rocket racks. Lots of different designs. This is one I built several years ago. It's basically got a big stake that I hammer into the ground, and then on here there's a load of plastic tubes. I put a bit of aluminium tape around the top to stop them melting, And I've also got these pipe clips, so it allows me to do kind of different angles, so I can send rockets up at different angles as well. This is really good. This serves me really well. But again, I can only fit about 15 or so rockets on here at any one time. And because I'm going to be letting off 50, I need something in addition. So I may end up using this as well, but I'm going to be using this one I'm building now as well on New Year's Eve. And also, for those of you just joining, we talked a little bit as well about hinged rocket sticks. I have actually got a video on that. Hinged rocket sticks, what are they all about? Why are they? I'm not going to be putting any rockets in this rack that have got hinges in. I'm going to be launching these from tubes. The reason being, the hinge could actually get caught, snagged on these cooling racks as the rocket lifts up, and could actually prevent the rocket from lifting. It could explode down here. So for that reason, and we'll show, when I get one of these out in a bit and we put it in here, I'll show you the issues with that. So if your rocket's got hinge sticks, don't use this method for making a rocket launcher. Make something that's actually got tubes in instead. But for all the other rockets, this should do the job quite nicely. So let's catch up on a few more chats. Dre is still here. Thank you for being here, Dre. I'm still here, putting dinner on the table. Yes, thank you for having me on in the background. I appreciate it. Let's have a look. A small selection box, soft earth is okay. Yeah, again, if you've not got that, if you've only got a concrete patio or yard and you've got a small box of fireworks, you can just get a bucket, fill it with soil, fill it with sand. I prefer soil because it's more solid than sand. And you could do your fireworks in there and that'll be fine for small fireworks. Sounds good. It's Rouray. Rouray, apologies, I say I'm rubbish at pronunciation, but now that I know it, I'll try and remember that. Rouray. That was a really good question. Thanks for that. And I hope that's answered that for you. Yeah, bulletproof, that's similar to mine, use conduit tube. Yeah, and that's all that these are. Conduit tube, you can get this from DIY stores. This is, let me see what diameter this is. I can't even remember now. Is it 20 mil? 20 mil diameter. But what I do is I use my aluminium foil tape. You'll have seen that on one of my other streams. Put some around the top and use that end with the rocket. Why? Because you can see actually there's some scorch marks on here. When the rocket, if I put a rocket in here, let's put a rocket in here. Like that. When I light that, this is obviously going to produce thrust and the rocket's going to lift up. That thrust can actually, because this is just plastic, can actually melt that tube. So what I do is I put some aluminium foil just around the top, just one little strip around, and it just protects it and just gives me a bit longer life out of these tubes. You can actually see on this tube, if I bring it round a little bit closer to the camera, you can see where it's kind of scorched through the aluminium foil tape there, but it hasn't melted the tube. You can see the tube's diameter is still intact. So that's a good little trick, that just putting a bit of aluminium tape around the top of the plastic pipe, and you'll get longer life out of your tubes. Let's put that back over here. Of course, when you do buy rockets in the UK, a rocket pack, it will come with a tube, a launcher tube, or at least it should. If it doesn't, ask your retailer for one. And I do have quite a selection of those. They'll come in different sizes. Use the one that your rockets come with, if you can. These, again, these just have a sort of a tapered end. That goes into the ground, rocket goes in there, like that, light it, away you go. I don't have 50 of these, and to be fair, even if I did have 50 of these, sticking 50 into the ground will be quite time consuming and cumbersome, so I'm not going to do that, and that's why I'm building this alternative rocket rack. So there we go. Yeah, right, where was I up to? Right, we've done that, we've done that. I want to put a longer drop in the middle, but actually before I do that, let's get these other trays on. Let's work out. So yeah, if you're just joining me, these are cheap little cooling racks from Amazon, about £3.50 each. They are 25 centimetres by 35. Non-stick. Not that that makes any difference to what we're doing here, but they're non-stick nonetheless. I don't know why I even made a point of that. But yeah, non-stick cooling trays. There we go. So we need to kind of, let's get some rockets in here and work out roughly what sort of height we're going to want these at. Let's put that in there. We are actually hitting the table a bit better there, but that's okay. Are these ones similar kind of length? They're fractionally shorter. Let's get one of these out. These are new from Evolution Fireworks. Haven't fired these yet. I've seen some product footage of these. I haven't seen landed footage. The product footage looks pretty immense on them, so I'm kind of really curious to try these. But let's just get one out and just see how this is going to fit into the rack. Again, these are ball head rockets. Diameter of these, they look about maybe 2 inches. Let's have a look. I would say they're 2-inch diameter. They have a slightly shorter stick. Just put one of those in there. Yeah, that's fine. Let's see what other size ones are going to get. They're the shorter ones. The medium, I call these medium-sized rockets. The big ones are going to go in the middle with longer drops. The smaller ones, let's have a look at some of the smaller ones. Let's have a look at one of these new ones from Zeus. Moon Raker rockets. It's going to go in there. And one of my little Waco ones. So, yeah. And you can see why it's important that we have another couple of layers here, because without it, look at these rockets. I mean, they are just going to go... There's no way to keep those rockets straight. When you light that, that could go off all kinds of different angles, and I want to avoid that. So by having a couple more layers of cooling racks here, it's going to give that extra stability so that the rocket at least leaves the rocket launcher in a straight trajectory. That's kind of what we're going for. So that is quite a short one. So we're going to need one there, and then we're going to need one. Yeah, that reaches the bottom. That one doesn't quite reach the bottom, so I might do one there and there. Let's have a look. Right, so these ones on top, I've done them this way round. So these are the little kind of stands on there. So I've put them on like that and then screwed on. So these can't lift up. Well, that one can, because I've not screwed that one down yet. But these ones can't lift up. On the ones down there, I think I'm going to do these different. I've inverted the rack. I'm going to do it that way. The idea I have is that I can put screws through here, through these struts, and then these can kind of sit on these screws like that. Possibly with a washer on as well, just stop them slipping off. That's my current thinking. But let's see how I'm going to actually make that happen, because these screws might be a little bit too long for that. See if I've got anything. I'm just going to move that out of the way before I snap that stick by walking past it. There we go. Let's have a look. What have we got? These ones might, actually they're the ones I used. Might have some of those over here. Let's have a look. Would that work? That might work with a washer. See what I've got in the way of washers for these. As I say, guys, there's no kind of plan I'm following to this. I'm sort of making this up as I go along. The key things really is that the rocket rack can't topple over, first and foremost, and that's why I'm doing it on these speaker stands, these tripod stands. It's going to be bridged across two and sort of screwed down onto these boards here so that it can't topple over. And then the other thing, obviously, is I want the rockets to be able to fly, to leave here straight. I don't want them going off in all kinds of erratic directions. Those are the two sort of, they're the design principles that I'm working to. But the rest of it, I'm kind of making up as I go along. Right, so if that went through there, and that went through there, would that be good? That does look quite good. But how am I going to stop that from lifting? I'm thinking. goes through there, that screws on there. Yeah, that would work. I could just do that. I could do another screw. Yeah, okay. I think I have a plan now. I have a cunning plan, as they say. Right, let's take these rockets out of the way for now. Let's put those over here. And so I think we said these were 55, weren't they? So let's see, we got 50 there. So if I do one at maybe 20. Yeah, so I'm going to put a little mark around the 20 centimetre drop position. 20, 20, 20, and 20, there we go. Right, and then I'm gonna, that should be in line with that, that's good. So if I go, right, so I'm thinking out loud. Some of the best designs though are improvised ones, aren't they? So as long as you've got an objective and a goal and sort of design principles that you're sort of working to, the rest should just fall into place. So let's put that one there. I'm going to need a spirit level, he exclaimed. Spirit level. Oh, and these trays are magnetic as well, there we go. Again, not that makes any difference. Let's get another screw and another washer. Yeah, that's pretty good there. Oh, I do need to check that I've got the right width. In fact, I should use a pen. That would be the easiest thing to do. There we go. I mean, it's not. Is it important that these are perfectly level? Well, do you know what? I didn't even check the top was level. Not bad actually. That's pretty level. No, it doesn't really matter that much. I mean, it can be off a degree or two because there is quite a lot of width in these things. But obviously, I don't want them to be kind of a slant. I want them to be relatively flat. So let's see. Let's screw another one of these in here. That's good. So that's the two on that side. I may actually come round that side rather than try and turn this round again. I may come round that side for this next bit. It means I'm going to have my back to you. I apologise for that, but I'll try and let you guys see what I'm doing, and I'll come back and catch up on chat in a minute. Okay, so let's get... Can you still see? Is my hat in the way? I just realised my hat's in the way. Oh dear. I think we can hopefully live with that. Right, so let's hook that over there and there. That's good. Let's get this on here. Try and get this relatively... Also relatively that way as well. Put a little dot there. It's pretty good. Put a little dot there. That's also good. Well, I just realised I'm on the camera as well. Apologies. Should have come with a warning of motion sickness this stream, shouldn't it? Never mind. Right, let's get this one in here. Excuse me again. I shall move out of the way momentarily. Oh, if I don't drop the screw first. Right, so that's 3 of the 4 in. That should now sit. Oh, quite nicely. Oh, that's nice. It doesn't look very level though to me. And it's not, it's way off. Oh dear. Right, well, we'll fix that in a minute. We shall fix that in a minute. Let's see what we need, what height we need to do this one at to make it work. And let's get this random rocket out of the way. There you go. Right. Okay, so we need to go higher on that one. Okay, let's see where we're up to. It's pretty good, it's just this one's a bit low. I need to raise this one up. Disnoa Adventures is here. Hello Disnoa Adventures. Thank you for being here. I'm building a rocket rack for New Year's Eve. I'm going to be letting off 50 odd fireworks in my back garden on New Year's Eve, live on YouTube of course, weather permitting of course. I'm just building a rocket rack. We're attempting to build a rocket rack. Let's get that in there. So yeah, that one needs to be a little bit higher. And annoyingly, that's right in the knot of the wood. Might have to drill a little pilot hole. Bear with me, folks. Oh, Rez, you can't see what I'm actually doing. I'm just changing my drill bit over from a screwdriver to a drill in order to drill a little pilot hole. That's done. That's good. That's better. So now this should Oh, that's pretty satisfying, and that looks relatively straight. It's close. That's good. So I need a longer drill bit in because I want to screw that in a little bit tighter. At the moment they're just resting on those screws. I want to make it so they stay in. Let's have a look. Craig says, thanks for the stream and advice. My bed's calling until next time. You're very welcome, Craig. Thanks for being here. Philip says, a tubeless rocket rack does worry me in case it doesn't give enough stability, so I tend to favour tubes. Looks like the mesh racking design can launch a large number of rockets with less work. Yes, in an ideal world, yeah, I would do all tubes. And my other rocket launcher is just tubes rather than mesh. Some of the rockets I will be doing in that. The ones that are hinged, I will certainly not do hinged rockets in mesh because they could get stuck. The larger rockets, the ones that have really quite thick sticks, yeah, again, this is why I'm doing a number of layers to give it more stability. So when it does lift, it lifts up as straight as I can get it. That's the plan. Let's just change this drill bit over this screwdriver bit, make it a bit longer so I can reach. Is it 2? There's that bit there. Right, so I can hopefully, it's not the easiest space to work in, but screw these right in. Actually, too big that drill bit for that. Let's drop down to a P1. It's pretty good. Let's do this one on this side. There we go. So that's my second layer. So already that will give a bit more stability in here. You can see at the moment the maximum that angle can go is that when that lifts. Whereas before, if I do it on this side, it doesn't have one. This bit here that doesn't have that second layer, that could potentially go at that angle. By having this second layer in, immediately it's limiting me to that much of an angle. And again, I'm going to put a third layer in as well, so that will make it even more stable. So Philip, that's really kind of in relation to your question. Yes, a wire thick mesh on its own, not great, but by having multiple layers, you can basically improve the verticalness, if that's a word. Is that a word? The trajectory, you can make it more vertical. Obviously not as much as using it from a tube. That would be the best way to do it. If you had 50 of these, attach all these in a line and fire that. And I say I will be firing some of them from tubes, but for some of them I will be firing them, all being well, from this rocket rack. So that was quite good. Oh, I can use that one as a test one, don't I? So yeah, that's pretty good. I say I will do one more, another layer of those. Watch out, neighbours, says Janie B. Yeah. We'll do another one of those further down. Let's move that out of the way. Yes, I mean, like as you can see on this side, where there's just the one mesh at the top, these rockets could go all over the place. They really could. So by having multiple layers, we can kind of control that a little bit more. And let's do another one down here. And we will try and get this one a little bit more level. Just move that out of the way so it's not in my way. This is almost like the game, who knows the game Kaplunk, where you have all the different straws kind of going through at different angles and you've got to stop the marbles from falling down. Kind of a bit like that. Right, let's see what we've kind of got separation wise there. 16. See if that's good for this kind of rocket. Yeah, that's good. That's good, happy with that. Let's try this one. It's pretty good as well, yeah. It's looking all right to me. Yeah, so I mean, as you can see with 3 layers like this, so the amount that can waggle as it's coming up is not an awful lot. Obviously, once it clears that one, it'll be able to waggle a bit more. And then once it clears that, it can waggle a bit more. But by that time, the thrust should be enough that it's got a straight line. So as long as it starts off straight, as it leaves here, that should be good. Let's have a look. Going off topic, but I found a seasonal use for the leftover tubing from my rack. I fixed it down the middle of my real Christmas tree into the water bottle. That's a clever idea. That is a clever idea. I'm contemplating whether I can do that. Yeah, that's a really good idea for keeping your real tree watered. Use some of the tubing from that. Yeah, no more crawling under the tree to water it. Yeah, that's a good idea. Or do you know what? You could just get a watering can with a really long spout. But yeah, no, I do like that idea with the tubing. That's I might borrow that next year. So yeah, so if I was only doing a few rockets, I would use my other rocket launcher that has like 15 tubes on it and do it from that. Because I'm going to be doing 50 rockets, that's obviously not big enough, so I need something else to be able to do some additional rockets on. So I'm using this mesh system. I'm trying to make it as safe as I can by having these multiple layers that are going to keep the fireworks, the rockets, as straight as they can. So that's the plan. I'm just trying to get this layer relatively level, then I can screw this in. It's pretty good. Right, let's get some more. Oh, I say it's pretty good. I have actually now done that upside down. So all that work I spent getting that straight, and I want to do it the other way around. Oh well. So I think we had about 16, 18. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Needs to come a fraction this way. Looks okay to me. No more crying. My tree is it's a game changer. Yeah, I think how big's my tree this year? I think it's technically classed as 5 foot, but it's effectively 6 foot. When I buy them, I always try and get a really tall 5 foot because it's cheaper than getting a 6 foot. And really, actually, it's as tall. Some of the 5 foots are as tall as 6 foots, but you save a lot of money by getting a 5 foot rather than a 6 foot. I think the first year I moved in, I did get a 6 foot, and my wife came home and was like, oh. It fitted in it, you know, it wasn't touching the ceiling, but it was quite wide. So every year since, we kind of just go for a 5 foot now. But nothing beats having a real tree, does it? I mean, I know the artificial ones are good and they're easier, they're less messy, but the smell you get when you walk in the morning and, oh, you can't beat it on a real tree, can you? Might be easy to do this without the racking. In fact, that's what I'm going to do. Let's get this level and then we'll mark it up. Pretty good, pretty good, pretty good. Right, where did I put my pen? There. There we go. Kind of need my smaller screwdriver bit in. I can't reach. And Philip says, yeah, I like that idea. We'll definitely consider making a mesh rack. Yeah, as I say, always preferable to use tubes, but you can do mesh safely if you get enough layers. You know, the more layers you have of mesh, the more stability, vertical stability you're going to get in that. Right, let's get this in. I'm going to come around that side in a minute, guys, and screw these 2 ones in so I'm not working back on myself. Hey. Just realised I've still got, do you know what, I've even forgotten I'm wearing this Christmas hat now. I've just become accustomed to it, so it may well end up being on for the entire stream. It's festive, why not? It's Christmas. I think that's going into a knot in the wood, which doesn't help. There you go, that's gone in now. So, this should sit nicely, in theory, on here and here. here and here. That's pretty good. I'll tighten those screws up as well. Excuse me for a moment. Might do this one left-handed. No, or not. It's pretty good. Let's come around the other side and do these ones. I could use this like as a vegetable rack or something when I finished. Or even some shelves, I could put some extra shelves up in here. So yes, even though I may only use this once for rockets, it will get repurposed in some way, shape or form. And welcome everybody if you're just joining me. We're coming up to the 3-hour mark now. It's coming up to midnight. 16 people watching at the moment, so welcome everybody. If you're new, my name's Mark. I do fireworks professionally and as a hobby, as an enthusiast. I'm building a rocket rack here for New Year's Eve. New Year's Eve at midnight, I'm going to let off 50 plus rockets in my back garden. I'll be streaming it live as well here on my channel, so I'm building a rocket rack for those rockets at the moment. And that's my 3 layers there, so this will allow me to put rockets in here. Check we get them. There we go. Oh, we're hitting the saw at the bottom. There we go. And you can see there's very little. Yeah, that's going to go up fairly straight. I'm happy with that. Let's get one of these in. Have a look at that. That's pretty good. It may actually be slightly. There we go. That's good. These slightly smaller ones. Still go through all 3 layers. That will give a bit more stability there. In fact, I might even be able to do that one. We'll see. But yeah, that's in there. And then the very, very little one, we'll just go through 2 layers, but that's going to go up. I might put that one in a tube maybe, because it's only going through one layer as opposed to 2. We'll see. So you can see that's got a bit more of an angle on it because it's not got that stability of going through the 3rd layer of mesh. So I may do those ones as a tube. I say I've got quite a few tubes. I might do quite a few of these in the tubes, but these ones I think. Actually, that's quite well. We'll see. I may do a test fire at some point, and we'll see. But there we are. That's that section done. So I'm going to do similar on this side, I think, because I've got quite a few medium rockets to do. To fire, and then the center section is going to be some of my larger rockets, so I need to have a bit more of a drop on there, I think, so that I can space these out a little bit more, these racks. But certainly on this side I think we can kind of do pretty much the same. I think that's the plan. So what drop did I do on this in the end? About 21 centimetres by the looks of it. Yeah, 21. Nice random number. So let's do 21 on here, roughly. 21 on here. 21 on here. And 21 on here. There we go. So let me just work out how many medium rockets I've got to go, like in these sections. So I say I might do those. That's a small rocket. I think I'll do those separately. But I've got 4 of those, 6 of those, 6 of those. So 6, 12. I guess what I need to see is how many of those how close I can get together to see how many I can actually get in there. So let me open up another pack of Lightning Hawks. These are from Prestigious Pyrotechnics. I fired a pack of these not that long ago, a few weeks ago. The review of those and landing footage are on my channel. So let's see how many of these we could actually kind of get in this rack. So one, leave two spacing maybe. Two. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. I'll probably get 4 in a row there. I mean, you could do these touching each other. I don't like it. I mean, ideally, you do your rockets as far apart as you practically can do. Reason being, well, it minimises the chances of any cross ignition. But also, if one of these fails to launch and explodes at this height, it's not going to take a load of other stuff with it. If that's butted up against there, then obviously the force of one of those exploding could explode all the others as well. So you do want to have some separation, some distance between all of your rockets. And I'm going to, because I've got like 3 of these layers here, if you like, 3 sections, I'm going to try and spread out my rockets as much as I can when it comes to firing them. So I know that's kind of on my square at the moment there. So we can actually get so yeah, I'd be happy with that. I could get 5 rockets in a row there, and then probably 3 maybe this way. So let's have a look what we could do here. So we can get 1 in there, leave 2 spacing, 2 spacing, 2 spacing, 2 spacing. Yeah, so I could get basically 5 by 3. I could effectively get 15 rockets of this size in this one section if I really wanted to. So I've got enough space that I'm going to be able to spread out a bit, but that's pretty good. Yeah, I'm quite happy with that. So I've got, how many? I've got 6 of those to get in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's actually pretty good. I can actually get most of my medium ones. I might even be able to spread these. I can probably actually give a bit more distance between these, thinking about it. Yeah. Yeah, this is it. I'd rather have a bigger rack than I need rather than a small one and get everything crammed in. So I could get the 6 of these ball head ones in here as well, and then 4 of these. I may actually just space these out a bit though and get some in the other side over here that I'm going to build, and the big ones here in the middle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of those to get in. Yeah, we'll see. Let's get these other ones in though over here. I think it's probably the next port of call. How are we doing for time? It's nearly midnight. Donna says they're standing nicely. Yeah, I'm quite happy with that. I mean, I know a couple of them are touching the table at the moment, but these ones here aren't, and I'm quite happy with how they are. You know, they look all right to me. Right, let's do the racks on the other side then. So what do I need first? I probably need a rack. Brand new one. So in terms of cost to build this, I say these racks are about £3.50 each, and I've got 9 of them. So, you know, £25 or whatever on racks. These are just bits of offcuts of wood I found. Didn't pay anything for those. And 2 speaker stands. Speaker stands are, you know, about £25, £30 each. But I can reuse those obviously for other things as well. So quite an inexpensive build, really. The rockets, you know, one of these rockets probably costs more than all these trays combined, and the wood. So, right, let's get our first screw in over here. Let's go for that. Good. I'm going to go to my slightly shorter screwdriver bit. Right, so that's going to go in upside down. So yeah, I'm doing the trays on these lower levels upside down so they can just basically sit on these bits. Seems pretty good there. Okay, yep. Just mark that up. And let's get another one in. And in terms of the cost of screws, again, a lot of these screws are just screws I've had around. I've not bought any new screws for this project. So again, costs, you know, relatively minimal for this little build. All right, let's have a look. Little mark there. Get that one in first and then we'll get the last one in. And I'm going to come around that side again if I can get. There's not a lot of room in my garage right now. Let's just catch up on chat. Annette needs to go, but it looks awesome, Marco. Great job. Thank you. Thank you, Annette. Thank you for being here. Appreciate your company. And have a great new year if I don't see you on my stream on New Year's Eve. Bulletproof Mum, did you get to see Galactic Fireworks experiment with the 400 Warhogs? Yes, I have seen that footage, yes. I'm sure they used a similar idea, use a retail cage on each side. Yes, I have seen that video. That is quite an impressive video, yes. I'm not going to be firing 400 rockets. 50 is, you know, roughly my limit. But yes, I did see that. For those of you who don't know what we're talking about, a firework company in the UK a few years back now let off 400 rockets of about this size all together, and they built like a cage. Well, they had a cage on its side and did it that way. It looked quite immense, shall we say. Right, I'm sorry, I realise I'm blocking your view again, guys. I shall move out of the way momentarily. Just get this in there. That's quite good. Actually, just going to tighten these up whilst I'm on this side. Pretty good. Right, let's just get... I know, I'm sorry, I'm blocking your views, guys. Really bad host, aren't I? It's good that way. It's pretty good that way. We'll maybe bring that up a touch. Yeah. One more to go in over here. Let's get this out of the way. There we go. I shall move out of the way so you guys can see. It's pretty good. Yep, quite happy with that. Relatively level, he says. And then we'll do another level down here. I think probably the same level we've done that one. Yeah, why not? Or actually, should we do it a little bit higher? I might actually do this one a little bit higher. My thinking being that these ones on this side only just go through this layer. They're only about 1.5 inches, 2 inches beneath the last one. If I raise it up a bit, it's going to give a bit more stability. So I might just do that a little bit higher. Let's see. Jenny B says he's coming along great. Yeah, I'm actually quite pleased with this. I'm quite pleased with this. I'm just debating whether to actually do this one with a layer here. Interesting. What rockets have I got? Those to go there. Could do all those ones there and do all these ones here. I'm going to change my plans a little bit. I was going to mirror this side over here and have another level down here, but I'm actually thinking I'm going to do a level in between here. So for the smaller rockets that I've only got shorter sticks, don't need to go that length. Might give a bit more stability. That's my current thinking. One section higher for shorter sticks. Yes, that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. So I was going to do, I've done that level there, I was going to do another one there, but I'm thinking on this one, I might actually put a cheeky little level in here. Yeah, let's do that. And that'll be better for the ones that have got shorter sticks. So I'll have one, a section for short, small rockets, medium rockets, and large rockets. Yeah, I like that idea. Let's do that. Let's make that happen. Another cooling tray. If you're just joining me, these are non-stick. It's really important. It's not really important. It is if you use them for baking. It's great to have non-stick stuff. For fireworks, yeah, not really relevant. To say what, the cake on there though does look good, doesn't it? Doesn't that look like a good cake? Yeah, I could go for some of that right about now. So yeah, I think a little section in here would be really good. I'm liking that idea. Yeah, right, let's try and get it relatively a level. So I'm going to start with that one there. Mark that there. Do those two first. And then see how we go. Right, I need my other shorter one. And anyway, thanks guys. If you're still here, if you've been here with me now for the past 3 hours, I really appreciate your company this Thursday evening. Wherever you are in the world, of course it could be morning, it could be Friday morning where you are. It could be Thursday afternoon. Wherever you are in the world, I appreciate, oh, this a little stage, proscia march for myself here. Thanks for joining me. I really do appreciate your company. I do read chat as well. If you've got any questions you want to ask me, ask away in the chat. I do read chat. I do check in on the chat every once in a while and I catch up with you guys and let's have a look. Have you got space to store this after? Because the different heights make it versatile. For yeah, that's what my thinking was with this. My thinking is I'm going to basically be able to take those 2 screws off there and take this section out and basically dismantle it fairly quickly for when I don't need it. Because I say I don't know when I'm going to use this again, or indeed if I am going to use this again. but I'll be able to repurpose everything for other firework related projects. So I say I may just end up just actually screwing it onto the wall and using it as storage shelves. We'll see. I don't really know. But yes, this will have life after New Year's Eve for sure, in some way, shape or form. That's one. So guys, what are your plans for New Year? Obviously, you know what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to be in my back garden live streaming for you guys. But what are you all up to on New Year's Eve? Do you have any traditions? Do you got any big plans? Are you staying in, having a quiet one? Are you going out and partying? Let me know. It's always interesting to hear what everybody else has got planned. Or I don't know, maybe you're not big on New Year at all. Maybe you're just going to be in bed and asleep at midnight, and that's cool as well. I know a lot of people don't stay up to see in the New Year. Donna's saying she's cooking at home. Are you streaming it as well, Donna? Donna is an amazing cook. She's so good. Right, let me come around this side again. So I can mark these. Excuse me for a moment, guys. People tuning in now will just be seeing a Christmas hat bobbing around on the screen, thinking, what am I watching? Well, hey to you, if that's you, welcome to my live stream. And my name's Mark. I don't usually wear hats. But it's Christmas. I'm wearing a festive Christmas hat. And why not? Looks pretty good. A little bit fiddly and awkward to get in here, but there we go. Yeah, I mean, the good thing about this system is that, you know, I could raise and lower the heights of these depending on what rockets I have. If I was doing a number of rockets and they're all medium sized, so I've got small, medium and large in this barrage. But if I was doing all medium, I could just adjust the heights on these accordingly and do different heights. So I think that's going to be actually quite cool now for these. That's pretty good. Yeah, that's not bad. Quite happy with that. Let's have a look. We won't be streaming this time, Mark, but we get to see Magic Kingdom fireworks from your backyard. I mean, that's impressive, isn't it? To live close enough to Magic Kingdom that you can look out from your backyard and watch the fireworks is amazing. Let's see what else you guys are all doing. Bulletproof Mum got the family over for board games night and dinner. Yeah, Which version of Monopoly are you going to play, though? That's the question. Early pyro for us, then watch Big Ben, yours, and everyone. Oh, well, listen, I appreciate you tuning into my live stream at midnight. I'll probably be streaming from about 11:15 or so on New Year's Eve. And of course, stroke of midnight, we'll let off all these rockets, weather permitting. It'll be great. So thank you in advance for being there for that. The Bulletproof Mum, I appreciate it. Sammy's going to Disney Springs to see our friends in the band and then to Epcot. Oh, that sounds like fun as well. Disney Adventures, little hot dogs, and watch New Year's. Times Square, yes, always a tradition on New Year's. Yeah, amazing. We always do the same. They won't be streaming this time. Yeah, we'll get to, yeah, that's great. Let's have a look. Early pyro weather allowing. Had a lot of windy weather this Christmas. Yes, we have. We were talking about that earlier on in the stream. There was an actual tornado that touched down not that far from where I am yesterday. So took some roofs off some houses. Fortunately, it wasn't that. It was bad here, but we didn't quite get the full force of the tornado. So yes, forecast at the moment for New Year's Eve. When I looked at it yesterday, it was looking like it was going to be too windy. Today, it seems to have calmed down a little bit, the forecast. So we shall see. Bulletproof Mum doing a big roast New Year's Day. Yeah, I've done so many roasts over the past few weeks. I'm all roasted out. Donnie gets to avoid the crazy crowds. Yes, of course, by watching it from home. Jimmy says that Racky's coming along splendid. Thank you, Jimmy. I appreciate that. It's afternoon still for me, so definitely stay up for Marco's fireworks. Yes. So yes, it's afternoon. And when I do my fireworks at midnight, UK time, of course, you guys on the East Coast of America, 5 hours behind. So 7 o'clock in the evening will be when you can see my fireworks. But again, I'll be streaming for about an hour or so, 45 minutes maybe before that, and a little bit after. Probably have a jacket potato again, because it's kind of tradition, isn't it now? It's what a lot of you tune in for. So we'll do that as well, and we'll chat to you guys and have a lot of fun and seeing 2024 together. Just like we did last year and the year before and the year before. I've done this quite a few years now on New Year's Eve. You go back and see them on my channel. They're a lot of fun. There was one year where I let the fireworks off accidentally 52 seconds too soon. I inadvertently pressed the fire button without meaning to, and it started the fireworks 52 seconds early. But hey, that was a lot of fun as well, that stream. So do go check that out. Disney Adventure says, the Rose Parade, I forgot about New Year's Day's tradition. Ark Wolf, I'm off to Berlin with girlfriend for New Year's Eve. Can't wait. The Dutch are mad for fireworks. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, this is it. I do enjoy it. Like in previous years, before I did all the streaming and stuff, I would watch the BBC News channel as we have here in the UK. It's 24-hour rolling news. And first of all, you'd see the fireworks in Sydney, and then it would move around. You'd see each hour they would cut live to fireworks somewhere else around the world, and then you get the New Year, the Big Ben fireworks in London, and the big wheel and stuff, the Millennium Wheel in London, big fireworks there at midnight here, and then an hour later you get all the ones in Europe and things. It's great. I mean, fireworks are synonymous, aren't they, with New Year? It's hard to imagine New Year's celebrations around the world without any sort of fireworks. Of course, during COVID, of course, that's a bit of an anomaly. But aside from that, yeah, New Year's and fireworks kind of go hand in hand, don't they? Right, let's do this centre section then now. So I've not actually screwed this bit down yet, because I was working out I need to have longer drops, don't I? Need to work out what size drop I need on these. Do you know what? I probably need that whole length, which also probably means I need to move this table, because this is going to be in the way. So bear with me, folks. A little set change. You weren't expecting that, were you? It is like a theatre show. We've got a proscenium arch, and now we're going to do a set change. So bear with me whilst I just shuffle a few things around. I'm bound to lose things as well. So I don't think I need do I need the saw anymore? I don't think I need the saw anymore. So I'll put that back in its, I don't know what you call it, it's a sheath. It's not a sword, is it? It's a saw. We'll put its protective coating covering back on. One day I'll get one of those electric jigsaws as well, so I can just sort of. But then, hey, it's not as much fun to watch, is it, as somebody actually manually using a saw as opposed to a power saw. Right, there's that out of the way. Let's put that up there. There we go. Right, what do I still need? Still need those, still need those. Still need those. Put those on the floor there. I don't need the square anymore. I don't need the little saw. I do need the pen. I don't think, oh, I might need that block. We'll put that there, we'll put that there. I do need that. I might not need that anymore. Put that screw back in there for now. This, by the way, is a makeshift table. If you saw my streams in November, this isn't a proper table I have down here. This is just a box with a bit of wood on the top. No expense spared on my streams, guys. Right, I need to just lift those up a bit to get this off. Then that one as well. There we go. That will come off like that. And we'll put that over here. The box. This is a box for a child car seat, in case you're wondering. Let's get this out of the way. Let's put that over here. There we go. We got more space now. So, having said I didn't need that little saw, I now need that little saw. It's always the way. It's always the way. Right, let's just saw this little bit off here without hitting all my rockets. There we go. Let's catch up on chat as well. Bulletproof Mum, I was thinking about this the other day. Was it such a big thing before the millennium? No, that's a very good point. Before the millennium, I don't think it was a big thing. Well, actually, do you know what? I think it's always been a thing, hasn't it? Countries and big major capital cities doing fireworks. I think the millennium, yes, certainly more have done it since then. But also, of course, now we have the rolling TV news. Back before the millennium, we didn't really have rolling news live channels to the same extent where they could cut away and show the Sydney fireworks live and things like that. Now we kind of expect it, don't we? But yeah, certainly the millennium was a turning point in terms of fireworks. I remember the London ones were quite spectacular, but I think the London ones promised us a river of fire or something, a river of, was it river of fire for the millennium? And it didn't really kind of emerge. Everyone's like, oh, where's the river of fire? Don't think that bit happened, did it? But hey. Right, so we need to get this one in. We need to get these in. I think these are going to be these are going to be a really nice height, these actually. Yeah, I'm liking these. Yeah. Right, so what do I need to do first? Pilot holes. I've lost my drill. There it is. I knew that would happen. It's here. It's here. Panic averted. Yeah, river of fire didn't happen, did it? No. Yes, they were. For those of you who didn't know, the millennium, they were billing like the London Thames was going to be a river of fire, and everyone thought it was going to be kind of like on fire and flames and stuff. And it was like, oh, is that it? I mean, don't get me wrong, the fireworks themselves were good, but we didn't have a river of fire as such. But the thing I remember most about the millennium, of course, was the millennium bug, Y2K. Do you remember all the chaos there was over that? People were, panicking, thinking aircraft were going to fall out of the sky at midnight because they couldn't handle the date change and to 00, and all the hype over the millennium bug. And at the end of the day, nothing happened. The good thing as well about getting rid of this table is I can now actually, I could limbo. You weren't expecting this on the stream, were you? I'm not going to limbo. Oh, I'm also going to try and not destroy my rocket rack. Right. Let's get this on here. Oh, I'd already drilled these on this side. Didn't need to do that after all. Right. Next thing is I need my washers. Where did I put my... There they are. And a bit of tape to hold them in place. I'll do the ones on this side, then I'll come round that side and show you what I'm doing. So that's going to go like that. Bulletproof Mum, we had our first New Year's Eve fireworks on the Millennium Night. All the neighbours brought the biggest rockets they could find into our garden. We had a barbecue conservatory. Oh, that sounds really good. I'm trying to think what I did for what did I do for the Millennium? I think we just as a family, I mean, I was 20 in the Millennium, so I think we just went round to some friends' houses as a family, played games, had some food and stuff. It wasn't particularly, it was just a normal New Year's Eve, really. So yeah, that was a long time ago. I do remember the family we went round to, they had, the mum and dad had a couple of daughters that were similar to my age, a little bit younger, and I really fancied one of them, and I was trying to pluck up enough courage to kiss her at midnight on New Year's Eve. And I didn't get enough courage to do it. But hey, that's all in the past. I have no regrets. I am very happily married now. Right, so let's get some... What did I do? Do you know what? I've just put... Oh, there it is. I'm all awash without my little makeshift table here, folks. Right, let's come around this side. So these are the washers, and I'm using these as spacers because obviously this is stepping out from this batten, and I'm doing the battens kind of on those bits to line up. So I'm basically sticking that there as a spacer, so when I put the second screw in, that's going to go through the centre of that and just give it a bit more support. So that's the purpose of these spacers, I'm going to call them. And if you're just joining me thinking, where's he got these spacers from? These were from a wall mounting kit for a plasma TV. It just came with a load of different assorted bolts and washers and things. Never used it, so I just thought, well, yeah, let's use it for this then. The tape is just holding it in place just so it's there when I screw it in. The tape itself's not really doing anything structurally, it's just to hold it there so when I screw in the screw, the washer stays in place. If that makes sense. One more washer to do. Over here. Like so, that's good. Let's have a look, let's catch up on this. Ark Wolf says, where do you buy your fireworks from? So I use a number of all year round retailers for my fireworks. Some of them are online retailers, some of them are physical store retailers. I don't have one specific one that I use. I do use a number. I think for this year, for my display that I did in Liverpool, I used 4 different suppliers for all the different kit for that. These rockets are from 3 different suppliers, 4 different suppliers actually for these rockets. So I have a number of different suppliers that I use. Right, I need to drill some pilot holes. So I need this, I need these, and I need my block to drill onto. I'm going to have to do this on the floor, folks, because I don't have a table anymore. I don't even know if I'm still in shot. Am I in shot? Just about. Right, let's do some pilot holes in these. See which ends nicer on that one. This one. Won't be a moment. There we go. Bulletproof Mum says I was 18 and missed midnight because I was tipsy. Yes. Yeah. It's one of those things everybody can kind of remember where they were, can't they, on the millennium? There's not that many points in people's lives where you can actually remember where you were on a specific date and time. The millennium is one of them. For me, 9/11 is probably another one where you can remember where you were when you found out about that. But yeah, there's not that many other big events that kind of stick with you and are memorable, that you can remember exactly what you were doing and where you were at that time. Right, let's screw these in. Oh, Quackle is a big fan of Epic Fireworks and love their rockets. Yes, they do some good rockets, don't they, Epic? Right, so I'm going to screw these on. It'd probably be easy to screw through these first down here, part the way through. Right. Yep, that's good. Should come and do the other two on the other side. Yes, 9/11 just finished an early shift. Boyfriend called, went home and just watched it, and I thought, yeah. Yes. Yeah, everybody can remember where they were when they found out about 9/11. I don't know why I mentioned it though. I don't want to bring the mood down because it's Christmas, isn't it? Right, I'm going to block the view again. Sorry, guys. I shall be as quick as I can. Right, that's good. That's the first screws in. Shall drill some pilot holes and get the second ones in. This is actually doing, I might actually get this finished on this stream, you know. I really didn't know if I would. He's a bit more level as well this time. Come around that side again. There we go. Right, I need 4 more screws. I should probably still use the spirit level, shouldn't I, to get them relatively straight if I can. I know I didn't do this on the shorter ones, but for the longer ones I guess it's kind of a bit more imperative that they are relatively vertical. Not amazingly happy with that one. It's kind of split the wood a bit. May redo that one. I'll tell you I'm going to redo that one. So yeah, I'll show you guys. So it's one of those things, if in doubt, don't do it. So this, when I put the first screw in, it did split the wood a bit. You can't really see it, you have to take my word for it that it is split down there. When I put the second one in, it split it more, so I'm not amazingly happy with that. So I think I'm going to swap that out for another piece, which does mean I am going to need my saw after all that. Right, let's get the other ones in first though. What else was there? I jinxed it, didn't I, by saying we're going to get it all done in this stream. I mean, this stream doesn't have an end time, a set end time, by the way. It's just kind of as long as I can still speak. Not bad, not bad. Pretty good. Right, so I'm just wondering if I can salvage this, use the other end. Shall I cut a new piece? I do have some more wood that I can use. I think I'm going to cut another piece, folks. Hope you don't mind. Does mean the stream's does mean I've got to get my saw out again, having spent a lot of time putting it away. Never mind. Better to do it right. Hey everybody, LSU Mum, Emily is here. Hello Emily, welcome in. JDB, you must be getting pretty thirsty. Do you know what I am? We'll do something about that in a minute. In fact, I may. Oh, I don't know. Do I fancy a... So one of the presents I got for Christmas was a velvetizer. Yeah, I know. Basically a very fancy gadget, and you put milk in it and like grated chocolate and press a button, and 2.5 minutes later you've got a really frothy, like a hot chocolate thing. I kind of just fancy one of those. So I may fire up the velvetizer in a bit. Can't you use the same one and just flip it? I was toying with that idea, but because I'm going to be having these cooling racks lower down, I may end up with a cooling rack down at the... Will I have it at the bottom? I don't know. Yeah, I was thinking that. But I was just thinking I can't then have one of these racks right at the bottom because of that. But how far up does that split go? It goes up about that far. Actually, yeah, I can get away with that, can't I? Because I don't think I need to do a rack right at the bottom. Yeah, do you know what? You're right, Emily. Having just got my saw out, you convinced me to do it the other way around. But I do need to drill some pilot holes in this again now with my other drill bit. Right. Take two. Well, that's good. It hasn't split the wood this time, so that's something. Yeah, that's good. That's good. So I need my... I keep putting... This is a problem not having a table. Where's my... Oh, there's my spirit level. Oh dear. It's all fun and games. Of course, I didn't drill a pilot hole in this one. But it's working, it's going. It's pretty good. Yeah, I'm happy with that. I am happy with that. Oh, Hotel Chocolate. Yes, it is. Yeah. I didn't buy it for myself. I've seen that. Yeah, we talk about the velvetizer now. I have seen it. It has been around a little while. I thought it's been very overpriced. It's not something I buy for myself, but somebody did buy it for, well, me and my wife for Christmas. So We may fire that up in a little while, we'll see. Yeah, right, so let's get some racks on this then now. Let's work out where the racks need to go. I guess for that we probably need some of our bigger rockets. Let's put a couple of these ones in, if I can do it without hitting the ceiling. Yeah, that's so those 5 are all pretty much the same height. Those ones are slightly longer, but that's okay. Just give me an idea of where to do these sticks. So I think maybe we'll do one kind of at that height there, same height as that, and then one lower down. Or should we do one at that height? I think we might do one at that height, actually. That was quite a good height to do them at. I'm talking to myself again, guys. Apologies. Thinking out loud. All right, let's get this out of the way. Right, so I need another one of my non-stick cooling racks. The non-stick bit isn't important if you're just joining me. Why is he mentioning non-stick? I don't know. There's no real logic to it. I wonder if these are dishwasher safe as well. I digress, but I'm now curious. Oh, they are these are dishwasher safe as well, folks. Oh dear, you gotta laugh. Right, so we're going to do one of these here, and actually that would be good because that will allow me to cable tie those together. Oh, that's going to be good. That's going to be very satisfying. In fact, I'm going to get some cable ties now and do that. Cable ties, there they are. So yeah, where the 3 sections join just for added stability, I'm going to cable tie the racks together. It's not going to do any harm, but I'm actually going to cable tie this middle one in here just so it holds it in place, and then I can screw it in and it'll be held in place. So let's get this one in here. Let's do a cable tie here. Again, I could do it more hands, but never mind. Let's get another one in here. Like so. And then a couple on this side. So again, the cable ties are not going to be the primary method of holding these in place. The same with when I put them on the top. Reason being, cable ties are, of course, plastic. The heat from the rockets could melt the cable ties. So if I had one of these right next to a cable tie, the force of this, well, it would melt it. The force of the thrust of the flame coming out of here would actually melt through a cable tie. So the cable ties are not for show, but they're just going to keep these a bit closer together and things, but they're not actually forming part of the structure that holds this together. So dishwasher safe, yes. Richard won't have to wash them. I like that, Donna. That's very funny. Best invention ever, those cable ties. They come in handy for so many things. They really do, yeah. Does that spray on Dawn dish soap work, Donna? Oh, good question. Right, so that's kind of roughly in place, so that will allow me to just kind of screw these in now, for which I need screws. There they are. Folks, I am lost without a table. Right, screwdriver there, a screwdriver bit here. Right then, let's go for the first screw. Pretty good. Only thing is, I'm not the easiest thing to get into now. Especially with this extra layer here, I've got to kind of... It's like that game you get at fairgrounds, you know, where you've got to get a little hoop over a wire without setting the buzzer off. It kind of feels a bit like that. That's good. I shall come round the other side and do these last two. Let's get some screws to bring with me and washers. JLK Pyro Nuts. Hi Mark, apologies I'm late, hope you're well. I'm very well. Merry Christmas to you. Thank you for being here. I'm building a rocket rack for New Year's Eve. I'm going to be lighting off about 50 odd fireworks, 50 odd rockets on New Year's Eve. So I needed a bit more of a substantial rocket rack. So that's kind of what I'm doing on this live stream. But thank you for your company. It's great to have you here. I'm just going to see if I can get in here. Apologies for blocking the view momentarily, folks, whilst I try and get my screwdriver in there. That's good. Might need to just move some of these rockets out of the way. Really not the easiest space to work in here with all these cooling trays in now. Never mind, we manage. Go, that's pretty good. Doesn't look perfectly straight, but it will do. It's not bad, it's not bad. It will do the job. Right, so let's get one of the really long, tall rockets in. No pro show this year, Mark. Are you asking me or are you telling me that you're not doing a pro show? I've done a number of pro shows this year. I'm not doing one on New Year's Eve. Because you know what? I much prefer doing a bit of YouTubing and streaming for you guys on New Year's Eve rather than doing a professional show. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. That's looking good. We will get another layer in beneath that, with our one last remaining non-stick dishwasher safe. What else can I tell you about these? Made in Taiwan. Yeah, that's all the information on here. I say I bought these. I'm not sponsored or anything to promote these particular cooling trays, cooling racks. These are just the only ones I could find that had a decent size hole in them. You can get cooling trays that are kind of like vertical without the crisscross. You can get ones that are really, really small. This is like 25 mil square, which is the same kind of diameter. I know it's not a diameter, but as a big rocket launcher tube. It's very, very kind of similar, comparable. So that's why I went for these. And these were from Amazon. These were about £3.50 each, and I'm using like 9 of them here. So yeah, let's just get this one out of the way for now. Again, although that said, I kind of need that in to see what sort of height to do this last one at. It does need to be right at the bottom because I want to have it some stability. So I think maybe about there. Actually, maybe kind of there. Yeah, I think that would be quite good, sort of at the bottom of those. Let's put that there. We've got 13 amazing people here as well, so thank you for being here, everybody. Asking, yes, okay, yes. So no pro show for me this year on New Year's Eve. I say I like to have New Year's Eve at home with family. I like to do some streaming for you guys from my back garden, which I will be doing this year, of course, again. And yes, is that a Celtic monster rocket? So yeah, there's 50 odd rockets in this launch. There are some Celtic monster rockets, there's some Celtic super rocks, there's some Pyroworks ionospheres, there's some Vivid VSR4s, there's some Vivid VSR3s, there's some Evolution Big Bangs, which are kind of meant to be comparable to VSR2s. There's some Fab rockets, some TNT rockets, some new Zeus rockets. There's even some Weko rockets, some old style that I've been saving for just such an occasion. Some Weko rockets from the good old little days. So 50 odd rockets going in this launch on New Year's Eve. That's the plan anyway. Right, let's get, where's my pen? There it is. And I need my, there it is, spirit level. So I reckon if we do this kind of at this sort of height here, that might be quite good. So let's get one in to start with. We're going to get two in. Let's try and get it level. Apologies, I'm talking to you with a pen lid in my mouth. That's very rude of me, isn't it? All right, let's get those two in. Get this out, there we go. And yes, for anybody tuning in thinking, why is he wearing a Christmas hat? Well, if you're tuning in on the replay, it probably makes a lot less sense. But this stream's actually happening on the, I don't know if you can even see me, I'm kind of hiding here. Hello. 28th of, well, it's actually now nearly, is it the 29th now here in the UK? What's the time? Yes, it's the 29th now here in the UK of December 2023. It's nearly New Year's Eve. That's what I'm getting ready for here with my new contraption, concoction, creation, whatever you want to call it. I'm building a rocket rack. And there's not, you know, there's so many different ways. I've seen so many different varieties of rocket racks over the years. Lots of people do it in lots of different ways. As long as it does the job, as long as it does the job safely, it's all good. So really the key thing to me is that the rocket rack itself is not going to topple over when the rockets launch out of it. That's why I've got it spanned across these speaker stands with tripod bases, so it's going to be really stable. And the other thing obviously is you want your rockets to not fly erratically, but to go in a direction you want them to do, and that's what I'm trying to achieve with these various levels of these wire cooling trays. So Weko dance floors, yes, they are Weko dance floors. You are absolutely right, Bulletproof Mum. Love Super Rocks. I have a pack for New Year's. Yeah, I haven't never actually fired these, but I have seen the footage and it does look good. I have fired the ionospheres from Pyroworks. In fact, I've actually done all the official product footage for those, so I can kind of vouch for those. They're really good. I fired the VSR4s. You'll find a review of those on my channel. We've got some Lightning Hawks from Prestigious. I fired those. There's a review of those on my channel. These are new from Evolution Big Bangs, like a 2-inch shell. I haven't seen any landed footage of them yet, but the product footage looks quite impressive, so we'll see. Some little new ones here from Zeus as well, Moon Raker rockets as well, 1.3G, so they might be all right, we'll see. So quite a variety of different things going off, but I say quite a few big ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and the VSR 3s and 4s, 9, 10, 11, 12, like massive ones. There's loads of medium-sized ones, 20 odd, 30 odd little small ones. So lots going on, and I keep adding rockets to it all the time. I love those so far that you supermarkets. Yeah, absolutely. The little Weko dance floor ones that you got in the selection pack back in the day are amazing. So much so that I've kept hold of them for years and have never actually fired them. So I have 4 of them. There they are. And I may well put them in this. I'm still sort of like, should I keep them for nostalgia or should I actually fire them? I'm like, But equally, I kind of want to see how they hold up against like today's sort of, you know, like this is new from Zeus this year, Moonraker. Like it's a similar size, slightly smaller in fact. Will the Weko one outperform the Zeus one? So I'm kind of a little bit curious about that. So I probably will fire those on New Year's Eve. But tune in and find out if I do fire them or not. Right, so I was getting this last rack in place. I've got the screws in on this side already, like so. It's pretty good. I need to just get this side as level like that. And then that's kind of almost level like that. It's pretty good. Right, I'm going to come round that side. There's a couple of screws and a couple of washers. And then we'll just get these in if we can. Again, apologies if my hat is blocking the view. I will try and be as brief as I can be. And don't drop the screws, that is. It is quite fiddly to get in here. Let's see. There we go, we got one in. One more to get in. It's really, it's like Tetris is trying to get in. it at the wrong angle as well. Never mind. We're in. There we go. Just need to tighten the screws up on the other side. Because I only just do these loosely to start with. So let's just get these in. Good. And the last one here. It's pretty good. So let's try that with one of our big rockets. And let's also catch up on chat. We're going to be building a bonfire for New Year's Eve, plus we'll have a few fireworks. But they can be so expensive. Yes, they really can. Fireworks are not cheap. Love those. So far as you want. Yes, that sounds nice. Bulletproof. Mom says my last ones went alongside the shot tubes. This last bonfire night, yeah. LSU mom Emily says I was sick for Christmas, so our family couldn't get. Oh, Emily. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry your Christmas was ruined by illness, but I hope you can make up for that at New Year's. JLK Pyro says, how are you firing them, Mark? They will be electronically fired. I haven't quite fully worked it out yet in terms of, I don't think I'm going to individually fuse 50 rockets. Some of them will be going up in multiples, so some of the fusing will be linked. I am toying with the idea of maybe doing some of the smaller ones, putting some strips of tape match along here and trying to fire them that way. I've never really done that with rockets, where the rockets are just kind of almost sat on strips of tape match and you light the tape match and it should ignite all the rockets. I may experiment a little bit with that. We'll see. But essentially they are going to be electronically ignited in some way, shape or form. I'm not going to ignite all 50 instantaneously, although that would look impressive. But they are all going to be, it's not going to be one after the other. They are going to be going within a couple of minutes of each other. So it should be quite impressive. So that's the plan. LSU mum says Mark's neighbours must love your firework displays. Yeah, they sometimes do. Depends when I'm doing them. If it's bonfire night, yeah, they're generally okay with it. New Year's Eve, generally okay with it, although I've never. So we shall see. If I do it other times a year again, but yeah. Neighbours are neighbours. Fortunately, we do get on relatively okay with all our neighbours, which is good. So, right, what was I doing? Oh yes, I was trying to see what this is like with the the large rockets. Let's get a couple of these in here, see what they're like. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So is that going in that one? Yep. That's not bad. That's going to be going up fairly straight. I mean, you can see because I've got 3 layers of this in, there's very little in the way of angle that can go to until it gets clear of that one. Then it can go a bit more of an angle. But by that time, it should be having enough lift that that's going to be going straight. So that's impressive. I like that. So let's get another one of these in. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with this. It's pretty good. Let's see, what am I going to do? Am I going to do anything else to it? Yeah, I think I might actually, because I've got some spare. I got some spare battens. I'm wondering whether to just kind of do a batten across there, and the same on the other side, to kind of hold all these battens. Do you know what? It's not going to do any harm, is it? Let's do it. Let's do that. So I need to. So I am going to need my saw. Let's get that kind of across there. Or actually, let me have a think. Am I going to do this on the? I want to do this on the inside or the outside. All I'm thinking to myself again, folks. Bear with me. Because there are some rockets that I can't do in here, notably the VSR3s and the VSR4s, and I'll show you guys why. Let me get a VSR4 out. So the VSR3s and the VSR4s, and indeed some other rockets as well, do come with hinged sticks. And I have done a video on hinged sticks, what they're all about, on my channel, so if you're interested, go check that out. But essentially it's to make them more easy to transport. So this pack of rockets, you can see, is only that long as opposed to that one that's twice as long. Well, that's because these have hinged sticks. And there's the hinge there. And what you do is you fold it out. Well, you have to get rid of this bit of tape first. Oh, I got a knife here. Yep. So we get rid of this bit of hinged tape there and there. And then this stick folds out like that, and there's a hinge here in the middle, and you slide this bit of plastic across the hinge till it clicks in place, and that's your rocket stick. So why won't I be using these in here? Well, because of this hinge. Let me bring this hinge around to show you guys whilst I knock all my drill bits over. So there's the hinge. So as you can see, the rocket stick is this thickness, but as it goes down to here, the thickness increases. Now that's still thick enough, that would still fit in my rocket launching contraption. I will show you. So that will still go through that, but the danger with this is when this lifts, this hinge can get snagged. Can you see if I try and pull that up against that, it's getting snagged on this. It could potentially go through, but there's every chance that it's going to get snagged on there. That could stop that going up any higher, and then this explodes here, which I don't want, obviously. So for that reason, hinge sticks are not going to be going in this rocket launcher. They are instead going to be going in tubes. So these packs do come with a tube. Let me get the tube out from this pack. They do come with a tube. Interestingly, from what I remember, these don't actually go past the hinge on these tubes. It's kind of it's a strange one. So that just sits on there with the rocket there. So I could put those in the ground. I'm kind of toying a little bit with the idea of maybe actually attaching a series of tubes to these. That would be quite cool, because that would keep everything together. I might do that, but that does mean, though, that if I put a batten across the front, is that going to get in the way of that? Again, I'm thinking to myself, guys. I'm talking to myself, in fact. If I put that there, could I still get... Oh, I could still get a tube in there. That's kind of quite satisfying. Mind you, that does, it does stop me a little bit from doing that. Decisions. Let's catch up on chat whilst we're... I suppose that's safer, the hinge can get snagged if it's above the tube. Yeah, that's true, but equally, if it's a tube, if this tube was wider and it had a hinge, it wouldn't. In fact, I've got some wider tubes. Where's my wider tubes? Bear with me a second, folks, because they're behind the camera. These are ones I made myself and I've used before for bigger fireworks. Again, these are just pieces of plastic pipe, again with the aluminium foil around the top to stop the rockets melting them. But again, that's big enough that the hinge would go through that. Ooh. Quite comfortably, and that would lift out no problem because there's nothing in that tube that it could get snagged on as it comes out. So yeah, it is a bit of a strange one why the tubes that the VSR 4s come in. I don't know if it's the same with the VSR 3s. The hinge doesn't actually go all the way down through the tube, but it is what it is. But yeah, I'm thinking that I might attach additional tubes kind of on there, which would work really well, I think. But it would mean I couldn't do a batten across them. But I don't need to do a batten across them, do I? No. I'm talking to myself again here, guys. Because there's no way those are gonna... Those are really solid. Yeah, I think I'm happy with that. So yeah, I may actually attach... When you see this on New Year's Eve, it may have... I think it will have some more tubes on for the 5 that I can't put inside the mesh. I'll do 5 tubes along here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, for those. I think that's a good idea. How am I going to attach those tubes? Well, that's the the next problem. Let's have a look. Let's just catch up on chat. Could you not insert cut up tube and glue it to the holes on the rack like a sleeve? That's an interesting one. And but if you use your own tubes now, it's safer. Yeah, the tube wouldn't fit in the grids. No, so 25mm tubes. These 25mm square mesh. So it's basically trying to get a round peg through a square hole. It doesn't. It is basically the same size. So no, this wouldn't go through the mesh. So really, for ones with hinges on their sticks, don't use mesh. That's my advice. Don't use mesh. I won't be putting any ones with hinge sticks in this contraption. I will be firing it through tubes. I'm just trying to decide how best to... I mean, again, these tubes are designed, they're angled at one side. They're designed to just push in the ground. I could just push it in my grass and have it firing up. That's doable. But I'm kind of thinking it would be pretty cool to actually attach them onto this. Yeah, I might do that. What I'm thinking now is how am I going to attach them? Because obviously there's going to be some recoil from when the rocket lifts up. So I could just cable tie that on there and there, but there is a chance that when the rocket launches or starts to go skyward, it pushes this out, and then obviously it's going to waggle around and not get a nice straight flight path. So if I was to do this, I think I'd be cable tying it, and I'd also be gaffer taping that so that that can't move. So that's probably what I'm going to do, I think, with those ones. Again, I am still thinking out loud here, guys. Haven't fully decided. And also I need a solution as well for some of the rockets I've got are really, really small. I've got 3 packets, because they're only cheap, of little giant rockets by Fab Fireworks. I'll show you the label. There they are. They're not particularly big, but they are 1.3G. They're biodegradable as well, which is unusual. They're eco-friendly rockets. But the thing is with these are actually quite narrow. And so if I was to put these in here, they would actually potentially go pretty much all the way through. They don't quite go all the way through. They might, yeah. Yeah, they don't quite go through, but I'm a little bit wary about, I don't know, let's have a look. I'm humming and hawing now, I'm in two minds. Let's have a look, see if that would. Yeah, no, I'm not going to do these in the mesh, and this is a prime example why. So on this one, there is a little bit of a gap. You probably can't see it where the stick. Let me come around there and show you. So again, on here, the stick goes there, and there's a little bit of a gap there before the body, and that can actually, if I put that down there, even though the motor goes down, that can snag on there, so I can't actually pull that up now because the stick's trapped it. So for that reason, I don't want to be using these tiny little ones in this rack. And also I've got some even smaller ones, I think, here. Yeah, I've had these for a number of years because they're cheap and cheerful. And TNT Star Striker rockets, these are effectively, there's nothing to those. Those would literally go straight through this. So I will probably use these ones in my other rocket launcher that I showed you earlier that does use tubes. So in this rack, I think I'm going to have all the big ones, the medium-sized ones. Some of these, I mean, that would go okay in there, no issue with that. But these smaller ones and those ones are going to go in my other rocket launcher, I think. Another thing you could do if you wanted to use this same launcher, another way you could do it for these really small rockets would be to get a piece of wood. Let me just put those away. You could get a piece of wood like this on top of this mesh and drill holes in this using some, let's have a look what we got here. You know, using some drill bits that allow you to drill like decent sized holes. I can do like 16mm holes. 16mm holes would be all right for this. I could drill a series of 16mm holes in this piece of wood, fix that piece of wood down onto the top of my mesh, and these would go through those holes. So that's a way. And I may well do, if I've got lots of space on here, I may well do this at this end, put a bit of wood with some holes drilled in for these to go in, and again another layer down there. Basically I'm making the mesh smaller, but because I don't have any smaller mesh, I could just use some wood and drill some small holes. Again, make sure they are significantly bigger than this. You don't want any friction when this is going up, so you don't want it to catch against the holes. So like the diameter of this stick, well, it's not a diameter because it's a square stick, but the width of this stick is about yeah, it's half a centimetre, so it's 5mm basically. So you need a hole that's at least, I would say, 10mm. I've got a 16mm drill bit here, so I'd do 16mm, put that in. As long as your hole is smaller than the motor, so the motor won't go through the hole, you'll be fine. So I may end up, we'll see once I've arranged all these on here and see what fits where. If I've got a lot of space left, I might get some of the smaller rockets in using that method. So a piece of wood with holes drilled in that are bigger than the rocket stick but smaller than the rocket motor diameter in there, on there, that will work just as well too. So that's my thinking, that's my plan for those. But I'm actually quite pleased with how that's come together tonight. Let's catch up on chat. Donna had to take a phone call. Things are really moving along nicely, Mark. Yeah, well, welcome back, Donna. Thanks for being here. Got any Jubilee clips or similar? Yeah, yeah, Jubilee clips would potentially work. Again, it's the thing with attaching these tubes. What you don't want is you don't want any vertical movement. So cable ties, This could slip in the cable ties because the cable ties won't grip it. If you do the cable ties too tight, you could crack this, make it narrow, which you don't want to do. Jubilee clips, again, the same. The temptation would be to over tighten it. Might work. Gaffer tape, I think, is probably the best way to stop movement. But again, I'll probably do a gaffer tape and cable tie, combination of the two. We'll see. I've not decided if I'm going to do that yet. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. I'm in two minds. But hey, that's a reason to tune in on New Year's Eve and see which see which way we go. So the only other things left to do really on this is to screw these battens down onto these base plates, which would be good. In terms of transporting this, you're thinking, oh, it's a two-man lift. How am I going to get this in the garden? These base plates will come off these speaker stands. So I should be able to lift this off, carry it out myself, because there's not going to be a lot of weight in this. I mean, those cooling racks are obviously really lightweight. These battens are lightweight. I could carry it out without the rockets in and then put the rockets in outside, which is what I'll do. So actually, it could be a one-man set up this, which is good because I will be the only one around. My wife will be in bed, I'm sure, at New Year's Eve. We'll see. JLK Paranoid, how about putting the batten near the bottom? Cut the point off the tube and fasten the tube onto the... Do you know what? That's a good idea. I like that. Yeah. 3D printer guy, I'm back. I was wondering if Mark Fireworks Crazy still runs Cat 4 Experience Days. I believe he does, yes. I believe he does still run the Cat 4 Experience Days. From what I've heard, they're really good. I've not been on one of his Cat 4 Experience Days. I mean, I am Cat 4 certified, but I haven't been on one of his training days, but I believe they're good. So yeah, JLK Paranoid, I like that idea. What he's saying, for those of you who aren't quite following, we're talking about attaching these tubes to these uprights here and how best to do it to stop any movement. And what the suggestion is that we put a batten along the bottom, cut that bit of the tube off, the spiky bit, for demonstration purposes. I use it upside down, but put the batten on like that and then they can sit on there. I really like that idea. I do like that idea a lot. Yeah, that might be something I end up doing. Yeah, you got me thinking now. Ideas, ideas. Yeah, that's not a bad idea at all, that. I need to see what size tubes I've got. So that's the one for the VSR. I mean, you don't have to use this. Like, I've got two different lengths of tubes here. Same diameter. Two different lengths. I will have another one this length, I'm sure, because I have fired the VSR 4s before. So yeah, there we go. There's two identical tubes that I could use for the VSR 4s. There's one tube in with the VSR 3s. I do have an array of these tubes. And these packs, of course, they don't come with tins, so I put the tins on to be festive. They will come with a tube as well. Yeah, comes with a tube. And those ones do come with a tube, yep. So all rocket packs really should come with a tube. Occasionally you get them that are missed off, but yeah, all mine have got tubes. So I do have plenty of tubes. So yeah, I may well do that. What time we're on 20 past 1 in the morning. I might do that another time because I've been streaming now for, what are we doing? Four and a, I don't even know how long we go. 4 hours, 20 minutes. And I do need a drink. So I think I'm going to wrap this up for tonight. Will I stream again before New Year's Eve? You know what I might do? There's still a little bit more to do on this. Like we said, we've got to do the tubes. We've got to attach these. I've got to work out the fusing arrangements and where everything's going to go. So there may possibly be another live stream in the next day or two. There will definitely be a live stream on New Year's Eve. You know when that is, the 31st of December, from around about 11:15 and 11:30-ish time, UK time. And then we'll let off these rockets, weather permitting, from my new rocket launching rack at midnight, at the stroke of midnight. That's the plan. I do hope you guys can join me for that. If you like what I'm doing here, if you've not subscribed to my channel, do consider subscribing and do enable notifications, because I don't really plan these streams in advance. I just sort of wake up one day and think, oh, I'm going to stream. So I don't have a schedule to stream or anything like that. So if you don't want to miss my live streams, because, you know, why would you? Do consider enabling notifications. That way you'll be notified whenever I do go live. Click the bell, all those kind of things as well. If you want to write to me, I do have a PO box address as well. You'll find that in the description of my video. I do love hearing from you guys. If you want to watch it, if you watch this on replay and want to leave a comment, I will read the comments. I will reply to them all as well. But I hope you guys have had fun tonight. Let's just catch up on chat as well before we end. Bulletproof Mum likes the baton idea, no vertical movement either. Yeah, I'm liking that. Actually, do you know what? I've just had another thought on that. I've just had another thought on the baton idea. I know I was going to end the stream. If you guys watch my streams in November, you know I've been a big fan of these little shelving brackets, these corner brackets. Rather than doing a baton, I could actually screw one of these on and put the tube on that, and that would also stop any vertical movement. So that's another idea. I'm going to sleep on that. I am going to sleep on that idea and the baton idea and revisit that. But yeah, that's another idea. Anyway, sorry, I was getting sidetracked. I was thanking you guys for your company. If you've been here the whole 4.5 hours, 4 hours, 24 minutes, I really appreciate it. I know you've probably not been watching the whole time, but if you've had me on in the background whilst you've been doing other things and just listening, I appreciate it. If you're watching on the replay, thanks as well. Let's have a look. Yeah, Bulletproof Mum, see you on the 31st or sooner. Donna, looking forward to the upcoming streams. Mark. Emily says, looks great, Mark. I'll try my best to tune in for the show. Thank you very much. I do appreciate that, everyone. I know everybody has plans and stuff for New Year's Eve, but, you know, I do appreciate those of you that do tune in and watch my little stream. And I think it's going to be good. I mean, 50 rockets, big rockets as well, going off within the space of a minute, minute and a half, 2 minutes. I'm quite impressed with how I'm quite excited about how it's going to look. So I do hope you guys can join me for that. And let's have a look. Donna says, I still think this is a genius way to use baking racks. Yes. Yeah, it's not bad, is it? I like being creative, and I thought this should work quite well. So the proof of the pudding will be in the eating. If you pardon the baking related pod, we'll see on New Year's Eve how this performs. But anyway, guys, it's coming up to 1:30 at night. My voice is starting to go. I do need a drink. But it's been great. Thank you so much for your company. I'll see you again very soon. Do subscribe. Do keep in touch. Thank you for all the support you've given my channel this year. Whether you've been watching just for a little while or for months or a year or whatever, I really do appreciate it. I love doing these streams. I love doing these videos for you guys. And the feedback I get from you is overwhelmingly positive as well. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. I really do appreciate it. And I will see you guys on a stream again very, very soon. So until then, I hope you enjoy the rest of your Christmas festive holiday break. And I will see you on New Year's Eve, if not before. Thanks, everybody. I'm going to sign off now. I'm going to press this button. And look, I did wear the hat the whole time as well. 4.5 hours wearing a Christmas hat. It's got to be a record for me. Anyway, thanks, everybody. Oh, and Bulletproof Mum, before we go, thank you so much. Yes, I forgot to say, guys, super chats. You can now super chat. I don't really promote it because I don't do this for the money, but Bulletproof Mum with a £5 super chat. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. You didn't have to do that, but thank you. That will pay for 1.5 baking racks. Thank you so much for contributing to my little rocket rack here. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. That was very, very kind of you. And 13 of you still here, but I am going to sign off now because I am tired. But thank you so much. I'll see you guys again very, very soon. So until then, I'm going to click end stream. Here we go. Oh, now it's going to say, do I really want to end? Yes, I do. Bye, everybody. Bye.